Welcome on in, everybody, to the Great Ace Attorney 2. Welcome back to the ManokAdobo stream, and you're listening to the smooth jazz stylings of Professor Layton vs. Phoenix Wright's cover of the first game's court theme. Man, I love the music in Great Ace Attorney 2, but it really does have a different feeling from Phoenix Wright as a whole. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's absolutely great that... Well, I don't think it's great that the music just stopped. I think it's absolutely great that the Great Ace Attorney 2, no pun intended, is trying to give its own style to things. But I do also, secretly want a grand compilation of everything Ace Attorney, celebration of everything it's been. That's not this game. This is its own thing. And so far, it's been a trip. Probably one of the best stories in an Ace Attorney game. Last time, we're starting case 4 today. Last time we concluded case 3, really long one. I hope they don't get too much longer. And got some truth bombs dropped on us in regards to the identity of the professor, the identity of Baroque Van Ziek's assistant. By the way, if you don't want spoilers, if you somehow jumped into this part of the playthrough, big spoilers happen, so give me 1 second. Feel free to click on out, click back to part 1. I realized watching that VOD back that I offhandedly made the comment, something like, I wonder who the professor is. I wonder who they'll look like. I doubt they'll look like Kazuma. I mean, I was kinda right and wrong at the same time. He's related to Kazuma. That I didn't expect at all. He's dead? What? Oh, geez. I can only imagine what that implication has for the rest of the series, but why imagine when we can play? Let's start case 4 today. So I have been actually kind of replaying game 1 while I was in between streams. I just really enjoyed it. I realized I didn't get the achievements, so I'm playing without story mode again. Twisted Karma and his last bow.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder, an executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night.
You learned about those.
And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson.
Still have to remember this is Iris writing Sholmes' dialogue.
Take
in
your
universe,
hat
at least.
And let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
I need to go back and watch these after each case, because I feel like they'll probably make a lot more sense afterward. Still beautiful, though. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Kazuma regaining his memory, we were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Ooh, fancy stuff. Wait, did we get kicked out of Sholmes Flat? Is that why we're here? Hopefully not. 1st November, 1024. I turned on the DLC costumes again, by the way, because they're just so fancy. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive any moment. This is probably where her dad's staying then. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. They're dressed the part. They're just gonna show up, meet up with her dad and be like, surprise, this is how we dress now, this is how we act. After being in London for so long, we've just adopted the culture into our own. Who's that mysterious voice? It's not Baroque Van Ziek's, unfortunately. I think it's just Sherlock Holmes narrating in the book. Because every one of those scenes so far has just been like a fake excerpt. Nice hair. A fake excerpt from a Sherlock Sholmes book. Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. I'm ready to ask some questions to Mikotoba. Frickin' infamous serial killer being his own friend? Our friend's dad? What's that all about, Mikotoba? You can't hide it any longer. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew? As of... that he actually was the mass murderer, the professor? You mean... Iris made us close. We couldn't say no. I knew that was what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right. But for some reason, he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. I wonder how long he stayed in Hong Kong. Was that where he got brainwashed? Amnesia induced upon him by some sort of chemical? I don't know if they're ever going to explain that, but it can't have been fun for him. That probably means he knows then about Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. I don't know if he'll know that part. There she is! No, wait. Oh, it's the judge! I almost didn't recognize him! Man, look at him in that suit. He's looking snappy, and his beard just, like, completes it. Dude, I never expected to see him in a suit. Also, look at her dad! Looking fancy, nice hat. I love these so much. Oh, father! Look, we're all dressed in our very best.
Hello, Susato. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you arrived safe and sound.
Bean 500, welcome on in. I remember you.
Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here.
Oh, not at all. It's my pleasure. Once again, I'm wondering if I should do the thing where if I think they're speaking Japanese, I use American accents to simulate them being in their native tongue.
We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas.
Weinrib, thanks for gifting us of the William Shakespeare.
It has?
I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive for the steamships from Britain.
Is that the voice I gave him? I don't remember. Because now I realize that's crossing over with Male Strongheart's voice. Oops. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Rudeness monster, don't think you'll catch up. Ooh. Well, that's alright. That's okay. You can find out in real time along with the rest of us. Who is this man? And why do I feel as though I've seen him before?
I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seshiro? A firm tap should do it. Yes.
A firm tap? What? Yeah, use your gavel. Just bomb me on the head.
Here we go, then.
Well, you brought it. I was joking.
I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty.
You're...
Man, that gavel looked a lot smaller from way down in the defendant's chair. Come on, Naruhodo. Who could forget that beautifully manscaped beard? My God. His last name is Naruhodo. Yeah, he's an ancestor of Phoenix Wright, and they just didn't change it. They just kind of hand wave it, saying, "Oh yeah, Phoenix Wright, he has Japanese descent." It is kind of funny how like some of the videos that advertise like situations where Phoenix Wright meets his great-great-grandpa. Like, well, we both have the last name Naruhodo. Wow. Except I said my last name was Wright. Don't worry, it just works.
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
You hate that that's a pun. It's always been a pun. That's Phoenix Wright's actual name in the original Turnabout Courtroom, Gyakuten Saiban. They just kept it for this game because there's not really any way around the fact that Naruhodo is Japanese, so they just kept it. Your Excellency!
Hello, Judge Shikoku. How are you? It's been a long time.
Good, you remember now. That really did the trick. Guilty!
Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time.
So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back.
It was Judge Mikotoba and the professor all at the same time. They all came here 16 years ago. I'm gonna let the game tell me, but I really hope they weren't involved in the professor's killings.
Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? What are you talking about, Yujin?
Of course, Judge Jikoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar.
Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, didn't you?
Dude's got TSA pre-check.
I knew you were jealous.
Sorry, ministerial status? Ministerial?
Yes, you didn't know? Seishiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Man's got a resume, I see.
It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on this study tour.
Here I thought everyone just hand-waved it away. How are you banging that on thin air?
Guilty as charged.
Why he was involved in the professor's killing?
Wait a minute, no!
Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. It's just the beard. Don't worry about it. Ryunosuke, you'll also have a fine beard. Maybe. Nah, he already outlawed all facial hair on his descendants.
Yes, Naruhodo.
He's got diplomatic immunity. Oh, no, I don't want to hear those words in an Ace Attorney game ever again.
Diplomatic immunity!
Diplomatic immunity.
It's just been revoked.
I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday.
Oh, you did?
It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago.
Man, I was never in love with my voice for Eugene Mikotoba. I didn't realize that he'd come back in such a big way in the second game. Y'all have any suggestions, or are you okay with this one?
That tragedy.
What makes me happiest? What makes me happiest is somehow having a different voice for all these gruff old men. Not old, but gruff adult men. But I only have so many in my arsenal. Yes, could you tell us more about it? Using a completely unique voice than the one you've been using? Also, here's my badge. Professor Mikotoba, I wonder, could I show you something?
Why do you seem so nervous?
I suppose because I'm a student showing something to a professor. That's always quite nerve-wracking. It's like I'm turning in a paper or something. And I didn't even have time to write it. Anybody who's graduated from college probably understands the feeling like waking up in the morning and being like, oh man, I gotta turn in a paper, I didn't write it at all. Wait, I'm graduated for like 10 years. I didn't write a paper because I'm not in school. It still feels wrong.
Well, I'm sorry I perturbed you in that way, but anyway, I'm afraid I have nothing useful to say about that, really.
Mikotoba took a cough drop. Now his voice is all cleared up. Your journey from Japan. If it grates on my throat, I may want to change it. Yeah, that's exactly why I changed it just now. It's a little sad that it's changed after all this time. That's how he speaks in an English accent, of course. Of course, yeah. So, how was the voyage here?
Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. And I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience.
Stopped over at Hong Kong, and you passed by Russia. Were you also on the Boria? Did you also investigate the case of the missing steaks and chicken?
Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris.
Oh, dude, that's where Gina and Inspector Gregson are going. I didn't mention this last time because I didn't want to jinx it, but the way that Gregson and Gina kept saying, like, oh yeah, we're going to France, you won't see us anymore. It's like, that has big, I don't want to say it. It has big, like, oh, I'm about to retire energy. Like, he's not retiring, but it feels like in a game that has a lot of bad stuff happening, when you loudly announce your plans for the next, like, month or week, like, it's never good. I just don't want to think about it too much.
We did, yes, only for one night.
I don't even know if they were allowed to disembark.
And yesterday evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow.
What would a Frenchman look like in this universe? I'm sure we've already had at least one. Does Armstrong from Ace Attorney 3 count? Was he actually French? I don't know if he was actually French. He was fabulous, though. Hold on, y'all remember Armstrong? Y'all remember how absolutely fabuloso he is? Take a look at this man. Look at him. Look at him frying that crawdad. Beautiful. That's some French for you. I don't think he was actually French either, but you know. You can let him follow his dreams.
It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event.
You're calling him a weeaboo? Okay. I get it.
I'm very proud of you, Father.
It's thanks to Seishiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited. And I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default.
Hopefully an arm. Better to point with.
Speak for yourself, Eugene. You were close friends with a professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back.
Kazuma's father, I suppose. I suppose we can't avoid it. Although, maybe I should have examined the place first. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? Wow, this is certainly a public location to discuss this right now.
That's correct. Genshin Asogi.
Genshin! I guess you could say he made quite an impact. Genshin.
You knew, I presume, Father?
Yes. He was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard.
Police detective actually being a mass murderer. Who would have guessed?
I never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth. he was executed with little ado.
You don't think he took the fall for someone else? You don't think it might have been a lie?
To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland.
Can imagine why.
But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father?
No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts.
Oh, why?
As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up as if he were my own son. Then one day he came to my office at the university and said,
I decided. I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Professor.
Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death?
I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him.
Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually.
Oh, what?
Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks.
Maybe we should go visit him?
What? What? That's news to us!
Well, fair. It only got revealed like the other day. Actually, I didn't... If it's November now, wasn't it October in the last one? So I guess a month passed. I'm sure they said that, I just didn't pay attention.
Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. Dun 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 dun.
I kind of want to inspect everything. I don't think now's the time, though. We do a quick save, just in case reading all this dialogue causes me to leave the room. I hope not, but you never know. New location means new inspections. 8 days. Okay, thank you for reminding me. Not too long then. Wait. September, October. What am I thinking? Like, yeah, an entire month. You know, September. Wait. No, that's not how months work.
As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you know, didn't you, Father?
In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive, and here in London, you say?
I don't suppose he's been cloned.
I never dared to even dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now.
Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia.
What? Amnesia? What kind of soap opera BS is that?
Well, it's true. When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were.
I see.
He only regained his memory 8 days ago.
This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently.
Again, what kind of message would have reached him in 8 days? I guess, like, they could have told somebody to meet them at the boat with a little letter saying, hey, here's what's happened 8 days ago. Thought you should know. Maybe he just assumed I'd tell him.
I wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days.
You know, haven't seen my friend in a year. He's only just now come back to us. You know, just let him alone for a couple of days, it's fine. Probably needs a space anyway, actually.
Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him?
Your time in Britain. Hold on, let me examine this place. It's fancy, fancy. How do they afford this? I guess, you know what? One of them's a minister and the other's a professor. The minister has money. Professor, I'm not so sure. Someone made a Photoshop where they put Jigoku's beard on his head. I believe it. You know, looking at Jigoku's hair... Well, let me just,
Look at those cases just left there on that trolley. Aren't they worried about thieves? I know I am.
Haven't you seen the porter over there? Don't worry, he's obviously keeping an eye on everything.
Ah, so it's a trap. Designed to catch any chancers who might be tempted. Like me.
Whoa! Sir, you have a model? That means you are important. Wait... Was this guy one of the jurors from before? I can't remember. I like his mustache. It just looks like a big old... A solid, like, Tootsie Roll. Just kind of bent around his mouth. Or like a horseshoe.
Why did the porter give me such a scathing look just now, do you suppose?
Well, some might say you look a little suspicious with your jet black clothes.
Look, I'm wearing Iris's handmade outfit just like you are, Susato.
Not everyone clad in black is some sort of ninja with intent to steal, you know.
Why am I, Sasuke Uchiha? Yeah. They actually edited his model. That is amazing. I was gonna say, looking at Jigoku's hair, it kind of looks like Phoenix Wright's hair. Like how it's always modeled from the front. Although for him, it's because... It's slicked back because he's got the rest of his hair in a little knot on the top. It's hard to see. I did notice it earlier. It's just, I can't stop looking at it. Are you sure he's not actually an ancestor of Phoenix Wright? Maybe the judge is secretly Ryunosuke's, like, father. Just never knew. Just never knew. Let's examine more stuff. Is that the Crystal Tower? Yes, it is. Yeah.
Look at that! It's a picture of the Crystal Tower!
They mentioned receiving a telegram from Strongheart. That's what they mean by not being told. I guess they really... Did Strongheart just assume that I wouldn't tell them, though? Or would... Maybe he'd rather me tell them? Or is he just trying really bad to hide it? I wonder.
Well, the Great Exhibition is one of Britain's most prestigious achievements in recent years. I wonder how tall it is. It really does represent the pinnacle of scientific achievement in so many ways.
Making that much glass can't be easy. Like, making curved glass is actually really difficult. Because you have to make sure it kind of melts into the exact curve you want and dries and hardens that way. Making flat glass is easy. Curved is just a nightmare. That's why if you have a curved phone, curved screen protectors are really bad. Because they can't exactly fit your phone.
There's a 20-meter tall chimney on the bathhouse near my lodgings at Yume University. The attendant there is always boasting that it's the tallest object in the neighborhood.
I'm sure. Did you know that over in the channel in Paris, there's a tower that's 300 meters tall?
What? How many times taller than the chimney at Yume Soaking Hot Springs is that? And if it's that tall, how does it drop properly? The smoke would get stuck.
Surely, it's not a chimney, though.
I don't think it's that sort of tower, Mr. Naruhodo.
Are they talking about the Eiffel Tower, or has it not been built yet? Are they talking about the crystal? They're talking about the Crystal Tower from the last case. That's in the picture right there.
Have you seen all those sparkling jewels up there? They must have gathered every gem in the world for that.
That would make it prohibitively expensive. Like the crown jewels or something.
It's called a chandelier, I believe. It's designed to provide elegant lighting in large, spacious rooms like this.
So they had to gather every gem in the world just to illuminate one room? I'd had to see the game room.
It's probably electric light bulbs that are actually throwing the light.
If I tried to hang something like that from the ceiling in the office, it would be scraping on the floor.
I think perhaps chandeliers aren't for you, Mr. Naruhodo.
He'd be too tempted to knock it down by rolling into it, all just to get a piece of heart. Then he'd have to work for the hotel delivering pumpkin soup. Chandeliers are pretty fancy. I just can't justify them from a practical viewpoint. Like, they're just made to be fancy and nothing else. I know, that's the point of them, though. I just can't imagine spending that much money on anything but video games.
What?
That desk is known as the hotel reception. Anyone wanting to spend the night has to report there to sign in for their stay.
Kinda like a ryokan, huh?
Oh, so do you think that's the head clerk behind the desk there?
Yes, I'm sure it must be.
I'd love to stay in a grand hotel like this for a little while, wouldn't you? just to know what it's like.
We don't have the money for that. No, no, no.
If the hotel fee was paid through our stipend, I'm afraid it might bankrupt our homeland.
Just, use up the entire GDP of Japan. True, London gives the word expensive a whole new meaning. I think that's about it. Yeah, I like this place. I was hoping I could examine the plant. Something like, if I had to name this, I would call it Charles. Or maybe something informal like Charlie. That's one thing I've been talking about. It feels like there aren't enough references to the main Ace Attorney series. Again, I know this game isn't about that, but I like seeing those little nods here and there. Like, they don't have to be explicit, like, call forwards, but they can just be little references to, like, how the spade and shovel thing is this game's version of ladders and stepladders, you know?
That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, Sam, really. It was Yujin here, Genshin Asuki, and myself. We were the original three. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you.
16 years ago, things were tough for that generation.
The Eiffel Tower opened to the public March 31st, 1889. Oh, so it's conceivable that it could exist in this game's floating timeline. I like to think it does. Maybe that's what they were talking about.
Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady.
Yes, grandmother told me. Oba-san.
He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy. Practically unheard of in Japan.
That's true. They don't have autopsy reports when they do the Japanese trials. They just do, like, was it body checks? Something like that. Post-mortem reports or something.
Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground.
Not more talk of graves. Please. I've had enough of that. Don't make me go back to Enoch Drebber to confirm this. I wonder what he's going through right now. I guess he's in jail while they work on his trial.
Very often, there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons.
Not my cup of tea at all.
You remember that Scottish prison governor? Caden, his name was. He was a good man. Caden. Is his first name start with an O, so he's Caden? Caden.
Yes, but then of course, in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case when the Fire Nation attacked.
Wait, but the Fire Nation is based on Japan, though.
When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders.
Can I do a Scottish accent? Well, I can try, but it can't be very successful now, can it? I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years.
I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years.
Oh, Caden. That's his name. A kilogram of steel. It should be heavier than a kilogram of feathers. Because it's made of steel. Steel's heavier than feathers. Yeah, but they're both kilogram. But steel's heavier than feathers. Yeah, I know. But they're both a kilogram. I don't get it.
It helps that I've been watching Origination play Bravely Default 2. Whenever I try to do a Scottish accent, I base it half on Scrooge McDuck and half on David Tennant, who now voices Scrooge McDuck, so there you go. But also, now I can kind of base it on Elvis from Bravely Default 2. I'm still working on it. It's a work in progress.
I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but when you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after that trial, we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. It was a lost cause, sadly.
Yeah, Croissant, I've talked with multiple people by now about theories about the year this game takes place. There's like hard evidence all but hard evidence saying this game can take place as early as 1864 all the way to 1903. It all depends. Depends on what you look at. Thanks for the follows, by the way. I see we got some new ones. Mario came on. I thought you already followed. Well, thanks for the follow again.
Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here.
History of this Genshin guy is giving you Jack the Ripper vibes. That's kind of the point. He's supposedly one of the most infamous serial killers in all of London's history. Alongside Jack the Ripper, because there was a wax museum in the last case that had, like, famous killers from London's history. There was a Jack the Ripper showcase. There was a Professor showcase for this game. And something about the stepmother from Cinderella?
Susato-san's gone off at a run.
I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow.
Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck.
Naruhodo. I hope you'll understand.
I hope you'll understand. I had the word Naruhodo in my mind.
I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her, as you obviously have been.
Oh no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me.
That is honestly the truth. Sometimes I forget that she's way younger than he is. She really is like the more mature out of the two. Come on, Naruhodo, grow up. Or, you know, just be you. That's why we love you.
Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down.
Sorry? What do you mean?
Oh, don't beat yourself up over it. Eugene. Circumstances were circumstances, you know?
Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born.
Yes, I heard.
The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly, it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too.
Oh, yes. Susato-san hinted at something like that.
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Cool, flashback, one sentence.
Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So, that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not really readily afford young women such things, I must say.
At least not at this time period.
I completely understand, Professor.
One other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you.
Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you?
Well, the thing is,
I'm so sorry that took so long. Miss Susato!
If anything, that was really quick. Look at this porter man.
Now then, allow us to take your bags.
You don't work for the hotel, Susato. I made to take your bags.
One moment, if you please, porter.
Of course, sir. Hi.
The machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at a hotel, sir. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense.
It's just like a theme park.
Ah, yes, of course.
He was a juror from Case 3 in the first game. I thought he looked familiar. Look at that photo. I barely saw it, but it was nice. I like how the judge just looked so fancy. Did he have a hat on? I couldn't tell. He was the guildmaster of the omnibus. It is kind of funny how they reuse models in this game. Fair enough. I don't think the Ace Attorney team had that much budget to work with. They spent it all on the amazing motion capture animations, a little less on the models themselves, but that's fair. Maybe. I'm assuming.
I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father very happy, I think.
Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor ManokAdobo was about to ask me something.
Shall we return to Baker Street then?
Oh man, it would be amazing if the judge and ManokAdobo were able to meet with Sholmes. This is the man we've been staying with. He's absolutely insane. He's probably on drugs half the time, but he's very dependable. You promise us. Except for the part about lying about Cosmo's death, but yeah.
I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us.
Yes, let's go.
It implies the Omnibus Company's been dissolved. I would imagine. After the events of last year, for sure. Or either that, or you just, went to a job that was less murder involved. Hopefully.
I'm getting more and more anxious about Cosmo, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him.
Wow. Pretty good. Alright then. Let's see if there's any loose ends to tie up. Let's have a spot of tea. If this is the lobby of the hotel, do they just give tea out to everybody? Because that'd be really nice. I love a hotel that gives free complimentary tea. Question for the chat, what's your favorite type of tea? I usually like barley tea myself, or just good old matcha. The earthier, the better. Maybe it tastes like dirt, but it tastes like good dirt, I think. So, we could go to the... Wait, we are in the Grand Waterloo Hotel, so we could go... So, okay. Suzato says go back to Sholmes' suite, which is basically going back to Naruhodo's legal consultancy as well. And then afterwards we'll go to Lord Strongheart's. Let's go to Sholmes. You like chamomile tea. Yellow Pikachu likes milk. Milk tea! Pretty good. How you doing, Yellow Pikachu? Ceylon! Very nice. I like that too. I just like tea. Oh, but chrysanthemum tea with the actual flower, and I've had chrysanthemum tea. Yes, it is based on the actual flower, where you take the entire flower, dry it, and then when you drop the bud into a big, glass, then
Strychnine.
Hopefully it's not poison. As it rehydrates, it blooms into a full-size flower in your cup, and it's so beautiful. And delicious. 1st November, Sholmes' suite. I'm sorry, are you key smashing with the foreign keyboard? Sholmes? What was that?
A man screaming in a most unflattering way.
Do you think... Could it have been Mr. Sholmes?
Could only have been Mr. Sholmes.
Oh my, I do hope not.
Oh, it's not. Who are you?
I don't do it anymore.
Mon ami, mon ami. Hey, look, we got a French man. Y'all were just talking about it. Armstrong, he is not. Stop this disgraceful display, huh? Who are these people? What are they doing in Sholmes' house? Excuse me? Who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red. Still not ginger. Well, finally. Behold, Frenchman. I think one is Italian? We'll see, we'll see. So this is what a Frenchman looks like.
I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes.
Wine likes black vanilla bean tea. Pretty good. Gina, are you trying to give tours or something? Hi, Gina. Welcome. Do you have the keys to Sholmes' flat or something? No, I just broke in. Okay. Actual inspectors don't do that kind of thing. I think it's against the law. Skelly Skeletons, welcome on in. Ronald Weasley, how dare you yell in this lobby? Ronald Weasley, is that him? Is that him right there? Is that Ronaldo Weasley? Yeah. William Shakespeare's had tea after eating lamb. Tasted like a s'more. Interesting. Flavors are complex.
Right, you two. You're coming with me now. Down to the clink. No! Not to the prison. It's dark and damp and I don't like it.
Buff! Hey, wait. Buff, the darkness, it is my friend. I am not scared.
But you are always scared of the dark.
Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist.
I don't like this. I don't like it. Well, tough. We'll finish this down in the yard. Now get moving.
Mario and Luigi. I don't think so. Those were the two guys from the last game. I looked up their names. They were the Tin Pillar brothers in the fan translation, but they're like, what are their names? In localization, they were like Nash and something.
Bye then, Ginny. Have fun.
Nash and Ringo. Right, because apples.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Iris. And thanks, you great detective. Hi. Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she?
The Skulkin brothers. I like that. Skulkin.
They're skulking around, snooping as usual, I see.
I hope I see those two characters again. Or unless they're like another secret peek at another game. But there is no third grade Ace Attorney. We'll see them again, for sure.
Oh, Susie and Reno.
Hello, Iris. We're home.
Well, did you find your daddy? Yes. We arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well, that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon.
Uncomfortable silence now fills the air. Prepare myself. Oh no. I don't know if I want to prepare myself.
Yes, of course.
All that's missing is some representation of Germany. Well, the last case, the defendant wasn't German, but he stayed in Germany a long time. And then there was a kid from Bohemia, which is affiliated with Germany, but isn't Germany. Maybe we'll see someone actually from Germany in an Ace Attorney for once. Maybe. Closest we have is the Gavin brothers, but even them are not quite German, as I've now learned. Dr. John H. Wilson Watson.
So, Iris, all that remains now is that greatest of problems known to man.
Whoa, why did he dye his hair?
Behold, I'm now ginger.
I love the look, Sholmes. It fits perfectly with your kimono.
But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea's in order, don't you, my dear fellows? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I have a crumb or such like on my face?
No. Back you're looking gorgeous, Sholmesy. Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. How? Why? Has hair dye been a common thing in this day and age? I assume people have been trying to dye their hair since the beginning of time. Like finding ways to put color back in. Don't know if what they've been using is all that safe. For all I know, they put lead in hair dye in these days.
Come along then, everyone. I brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea.
Tuffymon, welcome on in. I did get that. Thank you. By the way, since you did say, I know you wanted a link to the Discord. There it is. If y'all want to join on in, let's just make sure not to spread that around too much. I'm just trying to be safe these days, you know. I don't put that Discord link in the public part of my Twitch channel, but if you ask, I'll put it in.
Whatever is going on here today?
Damn, you looking fire, though. Honestly, I'm glad that he's finding ways to improve his own image and keep himself busy. Now he can start doing all those drugs. Or maybe just do both.
In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today.
Man, he just looks like an entirely different character. It doesn't help that he's wearing a kimono. I put him in the DLC costume. Enigmatic Shark, thank you for the resub. Welcome back to the Chicken Coop. Grab a nest, get comfy. 9 months? What are we gonna name the Twitch baby? Sherlock Sholmes Jr.? Welcome on in. Mr. Sholmes, about this.
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, is this the first time you showed me this particular trinket?
No. Oh, I don't really remember, to be honest.
If my saying that it's a collar for a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck were to precipitate a "here we go again" from your lips, we could be sure it was not the first time. Deduction, you see, my dear fellow. Deduction.
Oh, I'm not saying that. And not because I'm not tired of it. It's because I love it. Time to look at Iris's blackboard. There's something new on it every case. I'm just hoping that the game is keeping track of these. I did mention that I found out that story mode stops me getting the achievements that's like, play the entire case from the beginning. So, even though I didn't use story mode for any of the case in case 3, it still didn't give me the achievement for that. So I'm thinking it was because I had story mode turned on for any part of it. Like, not even the fact that I never pressed minus, but just having this setting, which kinda sucks. If I want the achievement, I'll just have to play it again off screen later, I guess. I hope it's at least counting this. Wonder what new type of tea Iris has come up with. This blackboard is where Iris scribbled down her latest ideas, isn't it? You turn on story mode just once and poof. Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up, look! Oh, but I read this one already, though.
Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say.
Huh?
The little figures can speak.
Ransom Magazine. Of course, of course. If I click on the accolades, it can see my progress for once multiple parts. Oh, that's actually really handy. Yeah, pretty good. Thank you for that. In that case, I'm not gonna bother with looking at all of this stuff in Sholmes' room. Or maybe I will, but just like speed through it. I don't think there'll be anything new, maybe? If we have extra time, then I'll go back.
Mr. Sholmes, who were the two gentlemen that were here before?
Gentleman and a crybaby, maybe.
Oh, just a pair of petty criminals, of nothing of significance.
Why were they here? We're not the jail.
Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions.
When the mood takes you?
All manner of infractions? Did I enable follow only mode? Oops! You know what? You're right. I forgot to turn that off.
But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out.
Oh my! You were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes?
But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally.
You should have asked Grexy to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party.
An arresting party, huh?
I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha, I have it! A bungler, that's the word.
I don't like that has the word bung in it. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. Just bungle it up, eh? So those redheads have been up to no good.
I wonder what the men did.
I've been bungled again. What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before? Mario, come on, sorry about that. Could have sworn you were already a follower, though.
Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes?
Hopefully this time one that can actually be published. I like how we're just totally avoiding the topic of his hair. Just in case it leads into a long spiel from Sholmes.
How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance?
We did read that paper that had a thing about Charles Darwin.
Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere, possibly.
It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops.
Wait, what? We were apes? Does that mean Donkey Kong 64 is real?
Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man.
Sholmes, I think you skipped a couple of steps. There's a couple of species in between there.
Our lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes?
Why, it's not obvious, my dear madam. The problem of rent.
Ah. I knew he couldn't have solved that in just 8 days. We about to get kicked out. Time to live in the hotel.
Did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tuspelzoldling the other day?
Yes, but well, you see, your friend Kazuma sliced one of her most expensive art pieces in twain. All that money had to go back to pay for it.
Oh. No. It'd be really funny if that was the case, but I was told in the YouTube comments, actually, I was reminded that Madame Tuspel said that that exhibit was closing, since, you know, the mystery at the professor is no longer a mystery. It's not really going to be one of her most money-making exhibits anymore. You know, he should have kept it at least without the mask. Watch, famous wax figure that was used as evidence in a trial. I would have still tried. Maybe she'll still use it, but like gluing it back together. The greatest problem known to man, capitalism. Oh no.
Pshaw, a large sum? I spent all that money on drugs, of course.
One potted herb, wait. I almost thought he was gonna go for the drug route.
One potted herb for Iris and new motor car for me later, and all of that has quite disappeared, I assure you. You bought a car?
Well, now we're gonna have to live in that car. Mr. Sholmes, what have you done?
Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it.
Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago,
You crashed the car.
I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month at least.
And what was the answer?
Why, there is a substantial clue before your very eyes.
Changing your identity?
Don't tell me. Let me see.
Rib is in love with his hair. It looks really good. I can barely recognize him somehow. I was just too used to his other hair color. Yeah.
Humans are very sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses.
That is false, sir. We can see our noses. Our brains just filter it out.
Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely.
Don't look, but look? What do you mean?
There is one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think.
Oh, geez. I can't tell, sir. What could it be? Is it your outfit? I'm loving the fox mask. Very, very appropriate to our culture, apparently. In the end, it's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation. Seriously, I personally am colorblind, but I can see how red his hair is.
I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo.
What? Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade keeps going on much longer. Honestly, my favorite thing is how much we just encourage and indulge in Sholmes' shenanigans. Because why the heck not? Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us, Look, his hair's different.
I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that.
It was a different Sholmes. It was a different me. That case aboard the SS Buria in January. Kazuma wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? Reminds you of good old beef. Beef stroganoff.
The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril.
Do you know something about the Hong Kong drop-off?
Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. What?
But how? Money. You bribed them all. That is why you are now poor. First company, welcome on in. Oh yeah, it is around regular stream time, huh? Sorry, I kind of announced it last minute. I did start early today, just in case the initial pre-trial investigation takes a while. If the last case is anything to go by. I want to get this game done at a reasonable pace. Not that I don't want to rush through it, but I do want to make sure like people aren't kept waiting in suspense every time I'm like, oh, I've done my 2 streams this week. Should I do a third to catch up, to finish up? It's hard to say. Because last time I did that, I'm happy that I spent the beginning of last Thursday's stream wrapping up the trial. I was hoping that it would only take like an hour or 2, but it ended up being more than 3, which could have been a stream by itself, but if it weren't for the fact that I really wanted to also finish Skyward Sword, it just, ugh. So, wherever I can start a little early, I think I will for this game. I'll try my best to announce it, but don't worry, it won't be too many times. Nice slam.
After they carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse.
Oh, I don't get to do Chicken Stroganoff's voice? I know that's his name now. Chicken. I feel that. I feel that on a spiritual level.
Oh, how horrible!
It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course.
But why? Why models? Why did you do it in the first place? It's still beef? What do you mean still beef? There's 2 dudes. The buff guy was named Beef, right? Or maybe I just don't know. Was the buff guy Chicken? I don't know the localized names. I just know one is Beef, one is Chicken.
I will be at liberty. I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course.
Skinny was never named. Really? Okay, I read somewhere that somebody is named Chicken Stroganoff. Was that made up? I should just go ahead and play the first game in this localization. Oh, okay. Okay, apparently I shouldn't know that yet. Never mind.
But for the time being, I would like to reassure you, I didn't foresee subsequent events.
Who would have known? Who would have known that he was the son of the professor? Certainly not us, not your fault. What events?
His disappearance in Hong Kong.
Oh, so he is supposed to get off there. But he wasn't supposed to disappear.
Oh!
I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment.
Mr. Sholmes. Oh, do not give me that. Do not give me that. What? Do not give me the happy-go-lucky Sholmes' apartment music. I'm guessing. Oh, whoa. Wait, we took Kazuma's mask. Never mind. I guess I will examine some of the things here. The mask Kazuma wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zeeks as his apprentice. When he casted a sign after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. Just as well, it didn't really suit him. We should give him his headband back, though. He looks weird without it.
We ought to give it back to him, I suppose.
Now wear it. Be fashionable. No. For all I know, it might, like, possess me or something.
But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself.
But isn't he your best friend?
I don't know, Susato. It's been a while. Newspaper.
This looks like last week's edition.
What's that article circled in red ink there?
Put it on, gives you a persona. No. It gives you a persona when you take it off. And then it just rips off some of your flesh with your blood, and you're just like, Persona! Question for the chat. If you had to yell persona, how would you yell it? Would you say, maybe like Yu Narukami? Persona! Maybe like, Makoto from Persona 3? Persona! Maybe like, Naoto? Persona! I like how Naoto says it, because it's like a dramatic declaration. This is my true form, Persona!
It's in an advertisement column. It says...
To the Red-Headed League. Wait, what? They're forming a league now? Hopefully a Justice League and not a League of Villains. The Red-Headed League? What's that?
I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but...
It's just the entire Weasley family.
Is something on my face?
Clearly this has something to do with that, lively hair. You'd say it like Captain Falcon says it. Oh, I like that! Come on! Persona! Apparently that line was recorded way back in the N64 days. But like, along with other unused lines? Because I'm sure everybody knows by now, but like, that piece of trivia that Sakurai wanted Final Smashes to be in the game since N64. They couldn't implement it then. They wanted to put it in Melee, couldn't implement it then either, but some of the sound files are in there. Yeah. Very interesting.
Ooh, yearns for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comforting.
Do be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you?
Look, sometimes you're just that cold.
You'd suffer terrible burns, you know.
I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. Ryunosuke's not a kid, although he would totally put his feet in the fire, just to see how it feels. Yo, Sholmes. Oh, really? Yeah, okay. Hold on, let me look at this. Get 4 pounds per week if you are a redhead. What? You just get paid? Yeah, but Sholmes, how much money do you spend on the hair dye?
Die? This is blood. What? Blood is free.
Now he's thinking. Just cuts his own scalp so it just like bleeds all over his hair. That is horrifying. Let's read it. Newspaper, as always. Public health report. Despite the condition of the city of London itself of late, it has been a positive year for public health. There have been fewer cases of consumption reported when compared to last year. Smallpox is all-time low. Good. That's great. Thanks to the vaccinations offered at smallpox and fever hospitals at the various parts of London. Now that is amazing. Sometimes I wish that present day could be like that. Doctors, however, warn that there appears to be a beginning of another cholera epidemic on the horizon, although the case of such outbreaks remains unclear, but the public is strongly advised to drink only water which has been previously boiled. Cool. Right, Bartholomew's Hospital. The racist research finding in reading hypothesis this month from the Teaching Hospital of London. There's emerging consciousness and sense about doctors' nations. The theory of miasma is being soundly rejected as experiment conclusive evidence that Jon Snow. What? Excuse me, hold on, wait, what? In support of what physician Jon Snow had concluded many years prior that there is strong correlation between contaminated water and the prevalence of certain diseases. In fact, latest news derived from the confident germ theory, minuscule microorganisms are the actual causes of great many illnesses. Interesting theory. This redhead thing is from an actual Sherlock story. Ah, jeez. I guess Arthur Conan Doyle was onto something. Too bad his estate is such a butt. Alright, let's actually read the main article. The Red-Headed League. On account of the bequest of the late Isaiah Hopkins of Lebanon, Philadelphia, USA, Pennsylvania? Hold on. Wait, I don't even know USA places. There's now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the league to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. Just for being redheaded. All redheaded men who are sound in body and mind above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on the morning of the 31st at the large park on Lime Street. Get £4 per week if you're a redhead. Most fantastic money-making opportunity. This sounds shady. Kinda sus, though. Also, is Sholmes just like arresting redheads in order to make sure they don't apply? Because it sounds like that's what he's doing. Ooh.
It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes.
To the Red-Headed League? Does that strike you in some way?
I was thinking that just maybe it might be related.
Might be. To your bright red hair.
So, at last you've learnt to apply my methods, Mr. ManokAdobo.
The methods of looking with my eyes? Sorry?
In the first instance, and quite indispensable, observation.
Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. Brighter than the sun itself. Remember that harebrained theory from Game 1, Case 5, when Ashley Graydon, or Craigley, Benedict Egg, wanted to dig under the pawnbrokery to get to the bank? That was the plot of the Red-Headed League. Really now? You know, this is just making me want to go read some Sherlock Holmes stories. Does anybody know? In the chat, or if you're watching this on YouTube, put it in the description, put it in the comments below. Just list out the Sherlock Holmes stories that are referenced by these two games, and which ones really have very obvious, like, once I read it, I will know, so that's what they were talking about in that one case. That kind of feel to them, because I am very curious.
Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut.
So then, allow me to regale you with details of my latest exploits.
Regale or boast? Shibba-da-doo. So, what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you've circled?
You noticed it in the paper, then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment.
It was? How? How much is even the rent?
According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair.
That doesn't entirely surprise me. I mean, I never said it has to be natural.
But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week.
Is that before or after tax?
Oh my, £4 a week.
When you gain £4 a week as a British person versus as an American person. Why? What are they paying people for? Oh, photo opportunities? Windibank even looks like an actor who portrayed the pawn shop owner in one of the adaptations of the story. All likenesses purely coincidental, I'm sure. Now he's really just the Joker. Okay. I have heard some people liken my Sholmes voice to the Joker. I'm not doing it on purpose. If I wanted to, I actually did watch a couple documentaries or like interviews with Mark Hamill of how he does the Joker. I watched these recently on YouTube. They just keep getting recommended to me. It's like YouTube knows that I like voice acting. One of the points he made was always, always, always do the Joker's laugh in a different way as much as possible. That way it isn't just one same boring laugh. I thought that was pretty interesting. You'd think you want to go the opposite way and make it like consistent so it's like one of his catchphrases. But no, sometimes it's like sometimes like it's it all depends on his mood, you know?
Good show. That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement.
Surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking in to join that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I put in my application at once.
I guess she counts, but she's not a man. You know what? She should be the first. She should be the first member who's a girl. Who says she should be denied?
So will I, just on the off chance.
This is getting ridiculous. That might be stretching a point, I think.
The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see.
Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can.
£4 sterling is a lot of money in this context. Crazy British money before it was decimalized. They do talk about pence and pennies. Is that not decimals? Maybe I don't know how British money works.
But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away.
Was it not like standardized how many pence are in a pound? I wonder.
It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes.
Luck would have it. You know, bad luck can have it sometimes.
So, you decided to try to join this place?
Mask of the Phantasm, huh?
Correct. I mean, look at me.
British currency used to be different levels of coins. That's interesting. No wonder it hasn't really made sense to me in this game. Like, oh, is 3 pence, is threepence a lot of money? Is pounds a lot of money? I can't tell. I don't know what the conversion rate was. That is insane that you'd have levels of currency that aren't based on each other. Could you imagine? Would you want 100 pennies for this or $1 for this? Could you imagine hearing that and having to decide which one was worth more? That is wild that a currency system can evolve like that.
Have you seen such a red-headed fellow?
Almost too red if you ask me.
No?
Standardized not at 100. A pence was a quarter farthing. Y'all are just making this up. This doesn't sound real. It probably is real, though.
So why? Why did it have to go so wrong?
What on earth happened?
A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit it.
Your blunder. In Harry Potter, basically what the currency system would be in this case. Interesting. Yeah. Even though that's supposed to take place in modern day as well, more or less.
What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes?
You have to wonder how currency works for wizards. Because, you know, they could easily cast a spell that just gives them more money, like doubles their coins. Like, how do they just, like, have a code of honor not to duplicate money? Or do they specifically have, like, minted coins that are immune to magic spells specifically so people can't counterfeit them? There's all these kinds of questions you have to answer. This is why I can never be a writer. Because I would get too caught up in these little details about the world and not enough focus on, like, the characters themselves. Nick has the breakdown. I'm curious to know.
I'm glad you asked, Miss Fusato. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor an hairpiece.
What? It's his natural hair?
I changed the color of my hair overnight by wonders of chemistry.
Do you just, like, inject iron into your blood?
Yes, of course. I am now hyper-oxygenated.
I'm pretty sure that's dangerous. Chemistry? Isn't it that if your blood has too much oxygen, it can't, like, carry away all the carbon dioxide you're trying to breathe out, and therefore your blood just, like, concentrates with it? Something like that? I just know it's not great.
I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves, and in the course of my work I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one hair a flame like red. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson.
On my body, you say?
Oh yes, I verified. Even the hair on my...
Okay, Sholmes, I don't need to know.
I mean, it really is... Stop!
I think I'll pass.
You should see it. It's like a wildfire down there. Woof!
But Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it?
Let's see. 1 pound sterling is 20 shillings. 1 guinea is 1.10 pounds. 1 shilling equals 12 pennies. 12 pence was a shilling. 1 penny equals 4 farthings. Why are there so many different denominations? Ah, it really is just like different coins. Oh my god. I could never keep track of all that. I'm sorry. I'm glad that I never lived in old-timey London, I suppose. How much was a cow worth?
Amateurs are always hampered by such fears.
British Empire was a wild place, my guy.
Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say...
But of course.
Sorry, links are not allowed. There was a bot the other day. I had to turn on the filter. Let me just permit you.
Turn £4 per week. One must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger.
That's just sad. Risking your life for money, man. That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely. Project Britain money old, huh? I'll take a look at this later, I suppose. Look at these coins, though. I love these. I kind of want to collect... I've always wanted to collect old coins. I've already started, like, collecting currency from every country I've visited. I have a $5 Canadian note in my wallet. I've got, like, $15 worth of coins from Japan from my last trip. I think I've got a loonie and a toonie from Canada as well. Somewhere. And I got a 20 peso note from the Philippines. You want to know how much 20 pesos is worth? Like, less than 50 cents. It's great. I don't know, it brings me luck. I've carried it in my wallet since I visited the Philippines in 2004. I just like having it. But, if it's possible to buy coins, it probably is. I wonder what's the easiest way to get a full collection, you know? One of each.
So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on 9th Street where the Right-Headed League were interviewing prospective new members.
Philippine pesos worth more than Mexican pesos, that's true. That's for sure. So what went wrong? What went wrong?
The whole park was choked with red-headed folk like a Costa's orange barrow. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?"
They knew you! Damn it! If only he wasn't so famous. What about pesetas? That's Resident Evil 4. Haratana to the bob, love.
So naturally I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." After which I could do little else but turn and leave.
You could say,
"Ah, but you see, this is my natural hair color. I've just been dyeing it all of these years." Then this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair in to the police.
wait, what? They were members of the league?
That'll show you to not accept Herlock Sholmes.
Just arrest everybody you disagree with. Sholmes, no! Don't be that kind of guy.
Oh dear, what a disaster for Hurley and those two redheads. Mr. Sholmes, you mentioned before that you were expecting a guest today?
Indeed, Miss Susato, that is correct. Not another of those red-headed
gentlemen that were here before.
Not at all. They were petty villains. The guest I am expecting is a client.
Oh? Is Herlock's red hair going to be important in any way? Or is just, just casual little Sherlock Holmes reference here and there?
A young gentlewoman who wishes to appoint the services of this great detective, no less.
Oh, how wonderful, Mr. Sholmes.
Watch it be like Giselle Bright in disguise.
You must stay and observe the fashion in which a great detective receives his customers.
Must we?
I have you in my clutches now, Rent. Just as I have you in my clutches, redheads.
That hearty laugh is masking rather sinister thoughts, I feel. No, the lady isn't due for another hour yet. Don't feel as though you must wait around if you have other things to do.
Yeah, I know Giselle is dead, but watch it be Giselle anyway, and there being this whole, like, complicated web of explanation and lies being like, oh, she never actually died, or, oh, she actually secretly had a twin, or something like that. It's happened in Ace Attorney. I learned to expect these things now. It's nothing new. Well, I think that's all we're gonna get out of Sholmes for now, so let's go ahead and first check our old office, see if it's all cleaned up since the last time. Nope, no it is not. And then after we'll head over to Stronghearts. 1st November, Naruhodo's legal consultancy. I wonder if our clients know we're up here. But first of all, I know I really should be only doing this for new characters. But, you know, sometimes old characters have new dialogue. Are we gonna talk about the ladder? Nope. Can we talk about the spade? Yep. Gonna be the same one, though.
The spade is still here, look. Please, Mr. Naruhodo, it's not a spade, as I think you well know. It's a shovel.
It didn't take long to reignite that old argument.
I have an idea.
Oh yeah, Giselle was a character from the future games all along.
Let's give the implement a name, like Professor Harry named his tools.
Ooh, I never thought of doing that. We'll call him Mr. Spade.
From now on, then, let's call it Ryunosuke.
Am I a shovel to you? Because I always dig up the dirt about our clientele?
No, it's clearly much more of a Susato.
The old argument has taken a new and unexpected turn, it seems. I think we should settle. We'll call it the Sholmes. Perfect, wonderful.
Wonderful.
The steam is rising gently from the kettle as always.
It doesn't feel right somehow unless it is.
Steam has an unusual scent today. Perhaps the sweet potatoes that I brought back from Japan with me are ready. Yeah!
That sounds delicious. I want some. Are they like the sweet potatoes I keep finding in the trash in Tulip? Hopefully. You know, they might have touched a poopy or two, but you know, they're still good.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, I heard that, you know.
Tears of joy, Mrs. Zato. From my mouth. My mouth is crying. My mouth needs to stop being so sad.
Curare.
Sweet potato. Chipani, thanks for the curare.
You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always. You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses.
Thanks for the strychnine as well. I'm poisoned.
But Mr. Zato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences. In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed.
Still can't beat her in an argument. Still can't, even though I'm the lawyer. Yeah, I don't think there's anything new here either. No, wait! Susato's got her little... Ooh, look at that little letter writing set. Ready to write a letter to Monica.
My desk is just as it was before I left.
Sumi ink and calligraphy brush, even though we're in England now. That strikes me as typically you, Miss Susato, and typically not you at the same time.
Well, I do enjoy all the wonderful new things that come out of the West in the Cultural Revolution, of course.
Is that like a little orange on her desk, too? I like it. Gotta have a little snacky while you do your calligraphy.
But I'm not ready to give up my brush just yet.
And anyway, Susato-san can write more neatly with a brush than most people can with a pen.
Practice makes perfect, as they say.
Maybe we'll check up on the sea life over here.
All the sea life seem very content in there, I must say.
I've noticed something recently, actually.
The anemones breed at the most extraordinary rate.
Are they taking over? Ooh.
Oh, really?
It's a mystery why my whole seabed isn't buried in a mountain of them, actually. We're making up new apartment complexes for the clownfish that are about to move in. Because there's so much like me. I'm not just a clown, I'm the entire circus. As Edgeworth would say, but actually didn't say.
Oh, how splendid! That really is a mystery, isn't it?
I wish there was someone here to explain Susato-san's strange reaction to that. You started it, Ryunosuke. Should have expected it. Room is undisturbed, of course. I'm not allowed to see it now that you're back, am I?
You know very well that only Iris is allowed inside.
I heard you two giggling together in there last night.
You can visit Mr. Sholmes in this room.
Last time I did that, he tried to convince me to drink some strange concoction he mixed up. Of course, he wanted me to have red hair. Unfortunately, it would just turn my hair stark white.
Like Enoch Trevor.
Also a mild side effect of killing me a little bit, just a little bit of death. I do miss the days of heading back to the right Law & Co. agency, hearing Maya Faye's da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, asking the old what to do. It felt like more of a staple back in those days. Here it's like, feels kind of optional. Thanks for the hydrate, I am Miki. How you doing?
It's good news that Professor Mikotoba arrived safely, isn't it?
I was worried for a moment.
Yes, it's wonderful. And the fact that Father has been invited to this important international event really makes me very proud to be his daughter.
Your father, Judge Jigoku, us, and Kazuma, of course. There's an ever-increasing number of Japanese here in Britain's capital, isn't there? Although, you know, Soseki went back.
Well, yes, I suppose so. But London does have a population of 6 million people, so I think we're still a minority.
Susato-san's father, who came here as a visiting student 16 years ago, in Kazuma. It's almost as if some great power has been at work, drawing them here across the ocean to London. And I feel as though the waters are starting to swell again now. Well, let's enjoy the moment while it lasts. It can only remain peaceful for so long. Oh, I just have a really bad feeling. It's an Ace Attorney game. We're starting a new case. Hi, Baroque Van Zeeks. Finally, what many people have been waiting for to see for these past 2 years of game. Baroque Van Zeeks' ass. Isn't it wonderful? 1st November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. And Mickey's doing okay. Well, that's great to hear. Hope you're doing fine. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the Castlevania Clock Tower. We're ready to talk to the Lord Supreme Justice Master of Ceremonies. And, you know, something is gonna happen. Something, I feel. Something big. Because this is an Ace Attorney game. Someone has to get murdered. I just hope it's nobody we know.
Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord.
What's Lord Van Zeeks doing here? My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say?
That's just this room, Susato. You should know this by now. This place is stifling enough as it is. Squidgy Bump, welcome on in. To get everybody up to speed, I actually started an hour early today. So, we've had a lot of stuff happen in the stream today. Professor Mikotoba, Susato's father, and the judge from Japan have come to visit. They're staying at a hotel. Sholmes dyed his hair red. I mean, chemically changed his own body's pigmentation to make his hair red. Which doesn't really make sense, because your hair is supposed to actually already be dead tissue. You can't, it's not alive to accept chemicals, but, you know, Sholmes is just that good of a scientist, apparently. He tried to get into this scheme to make us money, but 'tis not so, sadly. And, he arrested 2 people when they wouldn't give him money. Yeah! And now we're here over at, Lord Chief, Strongheart's place to Give him the good news that we now know that he neglected to mention that Kazuma got his memory back. Oop. Sholmes is a shapeshifter. Apparently, he's just casting illusions like Mysterio. We really don't need any more tension. Hey? Oh.
My apologies. I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me.
Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. Although Iris did make me the suit. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. I don't know, Susato. Maybe a blue suit will suit the Naruhodo bloodline a bit better.
Now then, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord. I'm right here.
Kill me now.
Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you.
Yeah, can we open the window? Maybe that giant one behind you? Or are we just so high up that the difference in air pressure would just suck us out? Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such a perfect temperature. Do I dare speak of the blue-suited man? I cannot. He does not exist yet.
If you're sure the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise.
Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly. Staring daggers and I'm sweating bullets. There's just so much ammunition in this room.
As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam.
Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited.
I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zeeks.
I'll attend at once.
Ooh. What's that look? What's that look? Is he staring to say, my learned Nipponese friend?
He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he?
Oh, you know, that's just how he says he loves you. Susato, you should get to know him better. He's really a nice guy. I know, but I haven't done anything. Have I? It is interesting how this game forces me to come up with new voices on the fly. Every time I think I'm out of like middle-aged and or older man voices, I just come up with a new one. My voice for Lord Strongheart has kind of always been the absolute deepest I can go, comfortably. Because, you know, the way I invoke the Markiplier.
My name is Wilfred Wolfstash. These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion.
Your right hand comes off? Oh, sorry, wrong game. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Hey, maybe he's also an ancestor of Leon S. Kennedy.
Mr. Naruhodo, he's talking about Dr. Scythe.
Ow! Of course.
Just a little joke to lighten the mood.
I'm not laughing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, sorry.
No, really, I'm not laughing because I'm physically incapable of laughter. It's a medical condition, you see. I, rest assured, find it very hilarious.
Really?
No.
Really?
Yes.
Yes, you do, or yes, you don't?
You'll never know.
I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just a...
Fear not. You've done nothing wrong. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further.
That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. See, I'm very glad that Strongheart has more of a presence in this game, because he really just kind of said hello to us in the first game, and then we were off to the races, so... I am very interested to see where his story goes. I can always make guesses, but I will withhold any judgment until I learn more of the story. I'm just thinking, what if Dr. Sight's actions weren't entirely her own doing, you know? Always that possibility, huh?
Lord Van Zeeks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday.
Uh-oh. Asogi, what did you do? Where did you go? Missing?
What's become of Kazuma-sama now?
Yeah, You know, I'm just thinking. Just thinking, knowing how Ace Attorney usually turns out, but I'll just say no further on the subject. Gotta show everybody my badge, even though I already have. Look the same to me, maybe. If not, you can watch the video at 0.25 speed and read that. So, Symposium, huh?
Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million.
The 30 million? That's more than the population of Britain. At least that I was told earlier. Are there even that many people in the world? Definitely more these days.
As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million.
Let me just look up real quick what the population of Tokyo is today. Just a scant 100 or so years later, you know. I'm sure it's at least, you know, like 7 more. Population of Tokyo 2021 is estimated to be 37,339,804.
Wow!
Pretty good. You know, just a little bit more. I wonder how many people attended the Olympics. Yeah, I guess that's not really a good estimate since, you know. And 4. It's important to count those 4.
As a 2 million.
With or without Yokohama? With or without Ichiban Kasuga? Do you count the people that have been rubbed out by the Yakuza and just aren't counted in the census? You know, you think Nanba's out there, like, filling in his census form so that he is officially counted as part of the official population of Japan? Or is he trying to stay off the radar? You have to wonder.
I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries.
It sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations.
The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques. And cooperation between policing organizations around the globe would be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here, at the heart of our great British Empire.
Yokohama is generally considered a single city. Old lines be damned. Oh, interesting. Is that what you mean? I don't know. I do know it's close. I don't know. I'm just looking at this single website called World Population Review. Don't know how accurate it is.
In order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World.
He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something.
You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo.
Is she reading my thoughts? That's creepy.
I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science.
I don't know. I don't like how you phrase that. I don't. At any time somebody, well-meaning or not, in a piece of media goes,
I'm the only person who truly cares. Nobody else. I'm the only one fit to run.
It's pretty much a red flag.
It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions.
It is established that Ryunosuke mumbles his thoughts. Ooh, that's an interesting habit. Is Zata trying to pick up on it, huh? As opposed to Phoenix Wright.
I'm the only person who likes Sonic Unleashed.
Now, I'm sure a lot of people like Unleashed. It's kind of funny that there's been a big, like, outcry from people like saying, I actually like so-and-so Sonic game, now that people are saying like, oh man, Sonic Colors, as you can see from this port, it's terrible. I'm kind of sad. There's so much like the misinformation about like people playing that Sonic Colors port in an emulator, saying like, oh man, it's so buggy, it's giving me like rainbow seizures. Now it's just hard to tell which pieces of these evidences are true or not. I just hope that a patch comes out soon. I hope it plays decently enough, because I haven't played the Wii version, and now I'm afraid that like copies of the Wii version are gonna skyrocket now that the port doesn't seem to be all that. Oof. Forensic investigation team. Listening like a podcast. If I've ever heard the cyberpunk term sprawl, cities mushed together, Tokyo Yokohama's the inspiration. Interesting. I do like the concept. Like the amount of culture that's shared between, just basically have them be the same city. You ever think New Jersey would be absorbed into New York like that? Maybe not. For some reason that comes to mind.
I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Scythe at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department.
Can you not do that now?
Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment.
Sorry.
Even I can't keep the story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners would be cursing forensic science now.
Oh, 6 million was the population of London, not England. That makes a little more sense.
This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say.
Unintended repercussions of our trial. I hope you don't blame me. Just stares. Menacingly.
We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though.
Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General.
Eternal Attorney General.
This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way.
Well, good on ya. Good on ya, Chief Vortex. Uh-huh.
About Lord Van Zeek's apprentice.
Ah, yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say, that you and he are old friends.
How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zeek's in the first place? How did you come across him? He disappeared from Hong Kong. There's a little bit of backstory to fill in there. Do you know anything?
It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police.
Oh, he just showed up in the country, apparently.
They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel.
Huh.
Oh my! So he stowed away to get here.
What the hell is Vortex? Sounds badass.
Vortex, Strongheart.
I've called many names. Some by the fans, some by the Capcom localization team. He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact that he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was.
Yeah, I know his Japanese name.
So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zeek's. That way I could keep an eye on him.
But then, why the mask?
I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zeek's with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice.
So you just covered his eyes? You could have just told the truth. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask?
No, he's hiding. He doesn't...
I bet Strongheart has some inkling of the whole professor identity thing. Well, of course he knows, because he's probably part of the police that was involved at the time. But, You probably didn't want any possibility of Van Zieks thinking, maybe this strange young Asian man who has been dropped on my doorstep might have something to do with the professor who killed my brother. Well, turns out that was true, so maybe Strongheart was right in being cautious. But for the wrong reasons. Oh, no, I see what you're saying. It's like,
Well, I happen to know Van Zieks has a thing against Japanese people. So, for his protection, I gave him a mask.
oh no, that fits too well.
He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zieks. I have high hopes for his future.
By the way, do you know where he's gone?
No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being.
Well, that's not good.
Oh.
I take it you also didn't know that the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean.
Gasp! Genshin Impacty. Hosoge Genshin. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was...
Ah, yes. Genshin Asugi. The professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain.
They were such awful murders, and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon.
And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government.
But what motive could he possibly have? What reason? Unless... he was framed, maybe? And I'm considering the possibility that Genshin Asogi himself might have been Baroque's partner. Or something. Something about, like... as far as we know, he was betrayed by someone he used to call a friend. And it may have been Genshin himself.
So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London.
Wait a minute. We got 2 raids coming on in right now. Oh. Sometimes I wonder if I should make a dual raid thing. I don't even know if that's possible. But just so it doesn't trigger twice like this. Because a raid message do take a while. Sprint, comment, how was the soul lock? I mentioned it to everybody that you were playing today. Can we get shoutouts for both Sprint and for Kamen Rider? Thank you, Soul Sapphire. Smells some chicken wanted to play. Please don't mind us, decided to raid. Thanks for coming on in, everybody. Sprint, Soul Sapphire, Kamen Rider, Queen Miku, how's it going? Welcome to trial case 4 of the Great Ace Attorney. Nobody's died yet, thankfully, but I feel like something bad has to happen, or else why would there be a trial? We're just dealing with the aftermath of the last case. As always, by the way, if you don't want spoilers for Great Ace Attorney 2, feel free to drop on out. Thanks for coming on by, I greatly appreciate it. Thanks for the raid, guys. Go check out Sprint and Common. They have a lot in common. Ha! Love of RPGs is one, and I like RPGs too. So, all I'll say is we found, the game's gonna say it anyway. So, once again, if you don't want spoilers, it's already like 3, 2, 1, too late. But we found out Rinosuke's best friend, who we presumed to be dead, has come back after so long. And now he's disappeared for 8 days. I hope he's not done anything rash. No. Ugh. Can't say the same. You had many deaths of your Pokemon. Did you reset? Hopefully not. Nuiki, welcome on in. Yeah. Maybe it won't be a criminal trial. Maybe it'll just be contract arbitration or a judicial review of a zoning decision. Yeah, totally. Let's go. Civil case. Yeah, I hope. It's not out of the question for Ace Attorney. But, welcome.
The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our 2 nations at the time, I understand.
Relations between the nations? Consternation?
correct, however. It is to be noted that there were some supporters at the professor's apparent cause.
What? Supporters of a mass murderer?
The Strongheart.
The Strongheart.
The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually befitted society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed, anyway.
Right, so I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it?
It seems very similar, doesn't it? Murder! To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey.
What?
No, you can't stop. You can't stop right now. Wait. But Anything to examine in here? If he stops talking, I have no lead on what to do next. Oop. Watching machinery at work, you forget the time. Sorry, I just needed to see. I don't know if I read that before or not, but in the interest of time, I may not read some of this scene dialogue out loud, but welcome on in, Raiders. Hope you all are doing pretty good today. Hi, Miki went to get a snack, come back to triple Manok. That's me. Yeah, I do appreciate the lurks.
They're rather like the lion dogs that guard shrines in Japan, aren't they?
Shisa! Aren't they a bit too human to be called lion dogs? I have never seen a suit of armor in media that wasn't haunted. There's no such thing as people actually wearing these things anymore. That's just a myth, clearly. Sitting behind that desk makes you feel important, don't you think?
Do you like an office like this?
Who, me? No.
Oh?
Well, I imagine you found yourself needing the toilet. You had so far to go. Just a small room, very compact. Just install a toilet in the seat, Naruhodo. Then you wouldn't need to go anywhere, and no one would judge you for being for using the toilet in your own room, because it's like you're the Lord Chief Justice. Who's gonna question what you do? You can do anything. It's legal. You can just say it's so. I don't think that's how that works. Well, I guess we'll just have to move around, I suppose.
Who would know anything about where
Asogi went, though? We come back to ManokAdobo about it? Doesn't look like it. Maybe I should show Strongheart something. I can't imagine what, though. The newspaper? Yeah, that doesn't look like something that'll inspire more dialogue. Let's examine more stuff, huh? Maybe for once, something on the side will lead to more conversation. Can I read these books even if you were a bookworm?
Father's study is full of books that look as though they've never been read too.
Just like my gaming room is full of games that have never been played. Does the Dalek show up again? Is that our name for Mr. Drebber now? I wish. Exterminate! Welcome back, Dusk. How you doing? We're just consulting with Mr. Strongheart over here about this and that. Let me go back to Sholmes's, because I feel like I must have missed some dialogue back there. It's the only thing I can think of. Oh yeah, there you go.
Aha! Here is my guest now, my latest client, with money to spend.
Oh, just be like, Mr. Sholmes, how much is rent?
Oh, it's £100 a month.
That sounds really expensive, actually, but I don't know. Just charges the latest client for his detective services.
Oh yes, it'll be exactly £100 sterling.
Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley.
Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man.
Which apparently is rent. Which, oof, I feel that. Oof, I feel that. Sholmes has red hair today, by the way. He tried to join a club where redheads get paid £4 a month. They didn't let him in because they knew who he was, so he arrested them. That's not false. That's actually what happened. So, now you guys are all caught up. Sprint's gonna lurk. No problem, Sprint. You've had a long day today. Hope you had fun. I know you streamed twice today, so definitely get some rest. Some suits of armor are part of a puzzle. They're not always haunted. You know what? That's true. That's true. Sometimes you gotta like move the arms, swing the thingy in front a certain way, and then you suplex cult members as Ashley from Resident Evil 4.
I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating, save locating a runaway, of course.
You know about that. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you?
Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due.
Thwack!
Ma'am! Yo! She's the party lady from the jury in the last trial. I remember her. Oh, goodness. Good. I get to use my voice again for her. Best part about recycling jurors, I can recycle voices as well. Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Herlock Sholmes! Please! Oh, please! Please find my husband! He's run away! So much for not doing runaways.
To upset me?
I beg your pardon?
Never mind, a personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm not saying nothing. Croissant's gotta head out now. Hey, that's all fine. You know, the VODs are up on YouTube, as you know, so you can always catch up there. Have a good night, and, hello, future Croissant. Welcome back. Yeah.
I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madame, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please.
Of course.
Hopefully not the tea that makes your hair red. Or maybe do. She looked right with, like, bright red hair. What's the matter, Mrs. Atto?
Oh, it's just that gentlewoman.
Oh, that's Iris's voice.
It's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before, very recently.
Yes. Now that you mention it. Yes. Well, by the way, if anybody wanted to see Jigoku with upside down hair, well, I've got it right here. He looks exactly like somebody that would have appeared in modern Ace Attorney. Let's not lie. I mean, between people like Bucky Wed, Guy Eldoon, everybody, there's some crazy hair out in Ace Attorney. And look, you can see how he modeled his hair. They modeled his hair and everything. It's like there's regular beard, and then there's like thingies that go on top of it. So they just moved the thingies to the top. You know what we have to do now? Evie! Evie? Is she going to evolve? Into an Espeon? Into an Umbreon?
As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil.
Evening Vigil, I get it.
I implore you to take to the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure.
Ooh, 100 pounds.
Vigilion! Perfect.
Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madame. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough.
Sholmes! Greatest problem, a man! You know, we need a place to stay for the next month as well.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence.
Dye her hair red. Let's go.
I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons.
Oh, good.
I trust you will remember your words also.
Imagine if Sholmes, like, in his head had monologues that went along with, like, Detective Noir. Something like, hold on. Let me get some music that goes along with this. Maybe... I'm trying to find a specific song. Actually, I know exactly what to do. In his mind, Herlock Sholmes goes like, "She was a tall glass of water. In fact, I was very thirsty. In fact, a lot of people were very thirsty for her. But I'm a man with priorities, and those priorities don't get dropped at the bottom of a river, if you get what I mean. Rent was due, and I had not a pence to my name. I had to make sure the dame was good for it. Something detective speak. Rawr. I'm working on it. Also, I'm trying to, like, evoke Sam from Sam and Max Hit the Road. Yeah, see? That's my line. Origination, welcome on in. How about your figure? She is married, sir.
If I might inquire, sir.
Sholmes is a hard-nosed 1930s gumshoe. Not Dick Gumshoe, though. That's a different character altogether.
You got that right, pal.
This gentleman and lady would be...
Oh, me?
What am I about to tell you? I should like to communicate it to the strictest confidence, if you understand.
These are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything what you may say to me.
Nice chicken.
I see. What about the chicken?
Oh, he's not telling anybody. I can vouch for the gentleman personally. After all, he's hard of hearing.
What? Why? Hello? Why did I ever get my hopes up? Can't you just... You know, a more believable excuse would be, I'm foreign. At least say something like that. Come on. Sholmes, fearful to not discredit me in a specific way, discredit me in another way. Hey, here's my badge. Fun fact, original John Watson was also hard of hearing. Oh? Did he use, like, some sort of hearing implement in the, Sherlock Holmes books? Did he have, like, one of those ear horns that they used as hearing aids back then? I wonder.
Mrs. Vigil, would you mind casting your eyes over this?
Evie Vigil. You know, if I was making the pun, I would have called her Esther Vigil. Get it, like Easter? There you go. Get it?
Oh, my poor Daily.
Daily Vigil. Actually, no. Now that I know her husband's name, that makes sense. Evening and Daily. Could have been, Esther Vigil and Christmas Vigil.
Where have you gone? What's become of you? I'm afraid she's too worried about her husband to pay any attention, Mr. Naruhodo.
Also, thanks for the rim shot, Yellow Pikachu. Perfectly timed. Sholmes has said before, anything you can say to me, you can say to him. Oh. Because John Watson was hard of hearing. Okay, I see how it is.
Either that or she just doesn't want to be bothered with me.
Doesn't even want to look at my badge. Gosh.
Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps?
Oh, my.
Pshaw, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Are you hitting on her? She is far out of your league and also married.
No, I've seen her before.
Clearly, you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English.
Wait, what do you call... Sholmes, what are you implying? I know her.
If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion.
Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week?
Ah, I knew I recognized her.
Their names in Japanese were Anna and Everyday Mittelmont. Everyday. Oh, I see. They probably just, like, changed everyday to daily and just moved every pun on from there. That's funny. Daily.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh, gosh. Oh, golly. It sends shivers down my spine.
Also, Origination, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Saw you streaming some Bravely Default. Did you actually finish it today? I wonder. Bravely Default 2 to be precise. Very big congratulations if you did. And let me give a shout out to Origination. Speaking about people who like RPGs. That is the wrong person. Don't put an S at the end of that. You like my new hair, by the way?
I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now.
Is she? A few less goshes, a few less gollies.
It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean.
That's okay, I just BS my way through trials anyway. Pardon?
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really, nothing more.
Frippery?
Now look what you started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much.
I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner.
Yes. Yeah, I do know that a lot of the puns were like Japanese phrases that got turned into English names. That's kind of genius, actually. Although I know that the way they kind of reversed that in this game, not a lot of people are a fan of. I liked it for characters like Raiten Mini Memo and Curio Collecta, who never really show up again. But Rei Membami, I feel like she deserved a more real name. She is supposed to be Susato's best friend, you know?
Tell us about your husband, madam.
Mr. Vigil, my daily, is 40 years of age.
Oh, look at him. He looks like the 8th Doctor, Paul McGann.
I have a photograph here.
A little bit. Not really, though, now that I see him up close. Let's see. Like, if you gave him a little bit of a haircut, and, you know, actually a little bit looks like him. Like, if you shave the sides of his head and made him a little less tired looking, you would have this guy in anime form. Head shape's about the same, actually.
Yeah, you know.
Yellow Pikachu, what is that? What is that tired chicken? Is that me? Am I old? We got Larry Butts as another childhood fan. Ray Membami is fine. Yeah, but you know, Ray Membami is not supposed to be as much of a butt of a joke as Larry is. No, she's supposed to be serious. Yeah, a lot of the quote-unquote Japanese names aren't real Japanese. Like, I don't expect that at all. Just like how Lady First or Everyday aren't really English names, you know? I mean, those technically become names. Become words, at least.
Yeah, an entirely unremarkable gentleman by appearance, at least. He needs a fez or an ascot. Or a Stetson. Stetsons are cool. How long have you been married?
He also looks really good for 40, I will say.
It'll be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably.
Sholmes just seeing dollar signs in his eyes right now. Or pound signs, I guess?
As it would appear, I need only look at you to know these things.
How do I have Paul McGann on standby? No, I'm just really fast at Googling.
Oh, gosh!
I will say, all these pictures are just cluttering up my desktop. Here, you want a picture of, Louise Zapper? How about you want a picture of, Here, have Erdrick Shield from Dragon Quest. Or do you want, a lovely chicken drawn to us by, Lilu Payne, who comes over every now and then. I've got tons of stuff that I really should take off of my desktop. People did live, younger ages back in the day. Must be all the lead-based makeup. Well, at the very least, Sholmes didn't use lead-based dye for his hair, so that may or may not be more healthy than the method which he actually used. Hart is a real Old English name. Male is an Old Celtic name. Yeah, the localization team really tried.
Your dress is the latest style, your hair clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated.
As opposed to what? Dead?
In short, you have no inkling, Woomy, as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct?
That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me.
Oh, aye.
Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other.
Kidnapped! The Paul McGann stays, though. Oh, man. How can I add Paul McGann to myself? Maybe add his nice suit? You can barely tell, though.
Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened. Mr. Sholmes, I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see.
Tell me it's something other than a cold-blooded killer.
What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will?
Incident or other. Oh my. Phenomenon sense. How you doing?
What exactly is her husband's line of work?
He's a warder at the prison.
A warden? Ah, that's a little dangerous. If anyone were to escape, they would have it out for him. But God, that is somewhat unusual. Watch him be like... frickin' Mike Meekins' ancestor or something. I would love if this game had at least one or two more confirmed ancestors of known characters. Although I guess that would be a lot harder to do in the England part. You know, the Japan part was all like, here's Ouchie's ancestor, pretty much it. Prison warder. Warder, not warden. Well, is a warder not a warden? I'm assuming that's just like the British term for it. Boom bum bum boom bum. Warder. Middle English staff, perhaps from warden to ward. Yeah, just... Okay, here, definition of warder. British. Warden. Warden is just the British word for warden.
So your husband is a prison warder?
Governor is warden. Well, I'm saying that the American equivalent would be warden. I understand that they probably have a completely other set of names in England.
That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder.
Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation.
Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out.
Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishments?
And at such times he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for the extra responsibility he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors.
Yes, well, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged?
Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes.
Now that sounds familiar.
Really, Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. I knew a fellow by the name of Charles Barclay. That man could really play some basketball.
Sholmes, I think that's a different person altogether. Also, he hasn't been born yet.
Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery.
No! Lowgate Cemetery? The very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable!
Unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable.
Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me.
Ah, pay no heed, madam, pay no heed. A private matter.
This can't really be a coincidence. Can it? An an ace attorney? Probably not. Excellent, excellent. The pieces are coming together.
Oh, so to the matter of your husband's disappearance. When did you realize he was missing?
Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday.
I'm sorry, yesterday?
That really is recent. Laughably so. Maybe he went out for some milk and hasn't returned.
The truth is, my husband does at times has occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night, but this is different.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Maybe as a second family. I shouldn't even bring up the notion.
For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before.
Milk?
Oh, my dear Daly, what could have happened?
My dear Mrs. Vigil, please calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police?
Why, naturally, but sadly, they refused to listen to my pleas, as my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home.
I don't know. If you've got reason to believe something may have happened to him, it's better for them to take action than something horrible befall him, you think?
In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty.
Let's not be too hasty.
Still, I think he's rather tasty.
I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway. And I will still charge you a nominal fee, even in case he comes back, for my services.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision.
Of course it doesn't. No, she doesn't know.
I think only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it. And also I may be collecting gratitude crystals here and there. I need 10 more and then Betrow could become a real human.
You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention.
What was that? A song from hit movie Aladdin, that's what. You seek only to put the sweet rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Big misconception. You have to wait 72 hours for missing persons is big myth. I didn't even know that was a supposed thing. Like, yeah, if there's a missing person, if you suspect that they actually are missing, then do something about it. You never know what might happen in the day or two that you wait.
Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation.
Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir.
Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure.
So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes.
And the bill. Good news should be delivered early, as I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession.
The photograph of Mr. Vigil has been entered into the court record. Of Paul McGann.
Thank you. Now allow me to show you the door.
In which Mr. Sholmes almost loses the rent for this week.
I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous.
Bye-bye.
I think it every time, Herky. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure?
I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. You see, I didn't pinky swear. That means I can say anything I want. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her some good news, one might say.
Oh, Sholmes. It's a dangerous line you walk, but one full of charisma, I suppose. How optimistic of you.
After all, the rent must be paid by end of day tomorrow. What?
Damn it! Just when I thought Sholmes would be nice for a change. Every time I think there's something deeper to his meaning. No, it's the money. Nope, it's my violin. Nope, it's drugs.
If by the time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Is he wrong? I hope not. Don't look at me with those pleading eyes.
Don't look at me with those big old eyes.
Those suspicious eyes.
By whatever you do mean, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, you know what I mean. I mean... these eyes! I can see right through them! You are the suspicious one here, not me!
Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case?
Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Better than you claimed it to be.
What?
Now I'm suspicious. Oh no, he no you'd me.
No, you! Excellent. And what did you make of it?
Finally, a case with no murder or death. Don't speak too soon. You're gonna jinx it. Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean.
Ah, so you noted that.
Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery.
Sherlock Sholmes, he obviously slays. Oh crap, I need to get the Enoch Drebber filter. I didn't expect that.
Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
The goats of convicts?
Well, you know, after the convicts went to jail, their goats could not be taken care of.
Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated.
The professor.
And now a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem.
I love municipal zoning disputes.
It's all very peculiar. Indeed, but nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo. It'll be a nice break from murder mysteries. A missing persons case, how wonderful.
Sorry?
Run along to the prison and see what you can glean. Would you?
Would I? Would I?
It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried.
But aren't you going to go yourself? Am I just your agent now?
Surely you needn't ask.
Don't call me Shirley.
I can't possibly be seen out with this hair.
Sholmes, you have a hat. Just wear it.
No, I can't. I'm using my DLC costume. I'm only allowed to use this mask.
Fair enough. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair?
That was a quite different matter. So I'll leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. I need to create some tea that'll restore my hair to its original color.
Of course you are. Of course. Right. Alright then. I'm off. Nice bow. Well, good thing I decided to start early this week. Now I don't have to decide, like, man, it's getting close to 3. No. We got plenty of time. Prison governor's office.
We haven't been here yet, haven't we? I'm rather excited.
Don't get too excited. It'll be a grim prospect. It won't even look as nice as the exhibit at Madame Tuspel's. It won't even have a nice little owl in the tree.
Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower.
Wow, I love the guillotine clock. Very, quaint. And the shotgun on the wall. This is a regular Resident Evil puzzle. Like, you'd have to take these pictures and arrange them in the right order, with the right frames in order to unlock a secret door. And this bird is very fat for this cage. Dude, give him more space. He's trapped in there. 1st November, Barclay Prison, Governor's Office. Whoa, thick man. That's what I'm saying. I keep having to come up with gruff voices. I'm out of them. Guys, give me like an existing fictional character, and I'll try to copy their voice. I'll take the best suggestion I get out of the first like 5 I see. The clock doesn't look safe. It's another part of the Resident Evil puzzle. You have to stick your hand in, and then you get the key. Albert Wesker?
Crash!
You know, that kind of works. Should I do Resident Evil 1 Wesker? Stop it, Jill! Don't open that door! That's probably not what you mean. Probably not what you mean at all. I do like Wesker, though.
Jill, no. This place is full of hardened criminals.
Oh, no, he's Scottish. Never mind. Scottish Wesker?
This place is full of hardened criminals. I cannot remember the last time a civilian was done here.
Demo man!
And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me?
Oh, this man has a very hard face. He looks like an egg.
Do you ken who I am? I'm the governor barricading.
Yes, it's a pleasure. Why are you sweating? It's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. This egg is cracking.
And an Easterner, I say. Does that mean?
Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan.
Japan? Did you say Japan?
Yes? I thought he was about to flex. Like freaking Armstrong. Not this Armstrong. Though he also flexes. Armstrong from freaking Full Metal Alchemist. Oh, maybe that. Maybe like...
It has been passed in the Armstrong family for generations,
but Scottish. Look back, you got a buff dude. A buff Scottish dude, I'll have you. I'll have you know.
Well, there's none of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh?
Barry! It's a monster! Watch out! You know, it just keeps coming back to Resident Evil, doesn't it? I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about...
I didn't like to be so direct, but...
I have no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious-looking Easterners.
Ah, dang it. Another one of you. I swear, we're nothing like the professor.
Now, get out of my hair!
What hair? So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. Ooh. Great, more xenophobia. That surely means... I mean, he's from this prison. He surely knows what the professor looks like. I think it's because of the professor case. Yeah. You think so too? The voice will evolve, don't you guys worry. Let me just like try to practice it a little bit. What's a Scottish line? Let's do Demo Man lines.
They're gonna have to glue you back together. Inhale. Look at you walking around with your heads full of eyeballs.
What about, Jadoon Platoon on the moon? No, that's David Tennant trying to be British. Huh? What? 10 years ago.
What makes me a good demo man? If I were a bad demo man, I wouldn't be sitting here discussing it with you, now would I? Tired of you fine dandies, so prude, so cocksure, prancing about with your head full of eyeballs.
Something like that. Also, Disaster Mirror, welcome on in.
I'm drunk. What's your excuse?
Okay, enough of that. Genshin Asugi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. Well, we did know that. What's Super Egg? Try it and find out. It should be familiar to many fans of Ace Attorney, especially Trials and Tribulations. And then after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison.
Oh, I'm mighty dude. You're sniffing about around about the case, aren't you?
Yo, don't cuff me. Those are some interesting looking cuffs. Assuming they're cuffs.
Your agency, part of the professor's great weeb, no doubt.
No, not at all. We're just...
Get gone with you before I punch your light suit.
We're going! Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Just put on masks. Oh, I knew I should have put on Asogi's mask.
Governor Caden?
What are you thinking, Mrs. Atto?
I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere.
Yes. Unfortunately, his name does not start with an O. Something about Mikotoba and Judge Judgerson. I forget his name already. Oops. They know him?
I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have more ideas to help us.
Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. In the meantime, I guess I can show him my badge.
Governor Caden, could I at least show you this?
How many times can one man turn his back on you in a single conversation? He's gonna be dizzy at this rate. Oh no, he turns back the opposite direction. How convenient. Hey!
I said get out! Get out to me, bonny prison!
Alright. Fine. But we'll be back. I'll tell you some sort of keyword. Oops. I meant to move. I'll tell you some special keyword that denotes that I am a friend. Or I'll come back with Professor Mikotoba himself. Or 5,000 chickens. Will these change your mind?
Ah, I hate chickens! Oh, they murdered my family! Get out! Get out!
Oh, well, this was a bad idea. Where are we gonna put all these chickens? He'll just put them in some cells, I guess.
Get out of me swamp!
What, he's Shrek now? I don't want to give him Shrek. Like that'll ever happen. Waterloo. Hello, Mr. Mikotoba. He's looking rather snazzy in that outfit. Can barely tell he's from Japan. Just reading the newspaper, I see. Just like, Dobo's dad from Tulip. At least we can see his face. That's Professor Mikotoba over there.
Ah, hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked.
But where's Judge Jigoku?
Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs.
Possibly at Chief Strongheart's.
Having only just arrived in the country today? Goodness, he's full of energy.
I remember when I visited Japan, like on the very night I arrived, me and my friend actually went out to like a Japanese nightclub. I'm not even usually the nightclubbing sort, but like it's super cool how in Japan they really like encourage foreigners to come to their nightclubs, giving like, oh, you can go in for free or like half price if you have a foreign passport, which, you know, I'm not gonna disagree with. And it's cool. It's also cool how like because of that you meet with other foreigners there, other Americans, or at least other people that you can like just bond with. It's surprisingly a neat way to hang out with people I would have never expected. And I don't know what my point. Oh, my point was, I exhausted myself very much on that first night. I looked at my step counter on my watch, and I took 40,000 steps just that evening alone. Oop. Do I think it's time for the barbershop? Oh, I guess. Just so Judge Jigoku doesn't see that I've stolen his hair. I sure hope that nobody replaces it with another instantly grown coiffed pompadour.
Professor, you mentioned something before. About how you known the prison governor at Barclay Prison.
Oh, Governor Caden, you mean?
So it's the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners.
Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story.
either that or it would dredge up terrible suppressed memories. We'll see.
Oh, would you? That would be wonderful, if you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment.
Busy reading a newspaper? Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee? Customize your Manok. You know, I'm just taking cues from Germer's Jolha streams, deciding what he would wear. You know, all my new redemptions, you might notice that I'm kind of phasing out old ones and adding new ones. I'm adding more that kind of let you play dress up with my little VTuber here. Because, you know, might as well make you some use out of it. Post some suggestions in my Discord and I'll be happy to oblige them every now and then.
Oh, my hair! Oh no!
I just got that cut, man. You know how much time it takes to style this well, this properly, so perfectly? 1 minute. 1 exact minute.
Now, I have a rather lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know.
Oh, sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I?
No, just mumbling.
You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts.
Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts?
Ah, you see, maybe it's not mumbling. They're just mind readers.
Let's not fall out now. I have an idea.
Hello?
Oh, a note, of course, yes.
What's he writing on that piece of paper?
Ooh, I wonder what's on the back of it. On the back of the front of it.
Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully, when he sees my name, he'll change his tune.
Ah, thank you.
The letter of introduction has been entered into the court record. What other game has, like, you presenting letters of introduction to people so that they know who you are? I'm thinking of something.
Good luck, then.
Hopefully that's good enough. Man, I would have loved to have Suzato and her dad just tagging along. Like an entire RPG party just following behind me. Could you imagine, maybe... I knew it, there's gonna be something on the back here. That must be the boat he took. You're thinking of, the Bellboy's Affifidit. Oh yeah, from the first game! Or the introduction from Will Powers. Oh yeah, you are right, they did do that a lot in the first game, didn't they? I guess these days it's more like they don't want you to just running back and forth for no real reason other than like, oh, you know what, just say Will Powers knows you and then okay, then I trust you. Something like that. Month 9, day 11. That's coming up soon. And oh.
It looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket.
The SS Groose. Groose?
First class cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11 September, London arrival 1st November.
That's quite a trip.
Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku came from Japan, isn't it?
That's how the bird is spelled. Oh, the bird that Groose is named after. Yeah, because every resident of Skyloft is named after a bird. Nice. In hindsight, there's a lot of backtracking in the first and third, first games and first cases. That's what I wonder about, like, when people say that the anime isn't faithful to the game, like, obviously it has to be in order to kind of condense so many events into just a couple of episodes, but you have to imagine how much is because of that, and how much is because the writers might be thinking like, oh, if we were writing this today, even as a game, how would we streamline it, you know? It's interesting to think about. There are definitely some things I don't agree as much with, like in the anime for Ace Attorney 1, or in the game, there's this whole thing where you have to like wrestle information out of Wendy Oldbag at the movie studios. But in the anime, she just kind of appears in court and gives you the information, just willingly. So, you know, it takes a bit out of Windbag's stubborn personality, but, you know, some things had to get cut. Yeah. So, dudes, what's up, Evan? How you doing? Welcome on in.
Yes, I think it's called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. To think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Buria. Is this real English or is this just like fake English? I'm gonna try to read this. One trip onlo. Month, day, number, blackbird, Craymwin, blackbird line. And this is all scribbles. Fun. It seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? We'll just have to keep it for him. Oh, one trip onto. Oh, I see. There's the cross for the T. It just happens to be over there instead of on the T. Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. And I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Naruhodo, if you do that, it's gonna get worn out. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? You might have accidentally tipped the bellboy with it or something. Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Aww. Come on. That's totally me, though. Like, I try to do something in order... Because I know I forget such things, I try to do stuff like keep it on me at all times, but in the process lose it because it's always on me. So dudes just having Oreos. Delicious. You want to share? If not, I got some keto chocolate cookies the other day. They're disgusting. They're hardly cookies. They're more like stale cake, but in like disc form. And they're supposed to be keto because they're like low carb. So I don't know what they're going for, but I don't think I'll ever buy them again. I just tried them because they sounded interesting. Penny Nichols only shows up in the anime for a second. Such a shame. She's a good girl. She has trading cards. Lisa never shows. What a shame. I wonder if they'll ever do a Brotherhood and redo the Phoenix Wright anime with like a longer runtime and just show all the details. Professor Mikotoba has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? Yeah, it's beautiful. I think this says Mikotoba. You know, I think this is supposed to be that like English that's so English, like the Queen's English that Giselle was speaking in the first game. It's so English we can't understand it. Has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Totally. Sources do trust me. Is it just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy? I do wish he'd at least called you a nice young man. I'm really not sure that would help. Well, it's better than nothing. Let's get going. You know, what if I show this to Sholmes before I show it to anybody else, huh? I kind of want to. Let's see. Let's see if that's even possible. It's cursive. Very cursive. Oh, he's not here. Is there anybody I could show this to? Can I show it to Vortex? He probably wouldn't care. Unfortunately. Come on. I love... Oh, no, it's... Oh, heck yeah. It's unique dialogue. I love these games when you have the option to like show temporary evidence to people that normally would never see it.
Penned by Dr. Mikotoba, I see. It's been 10 long years.
How's my day going? Well, you know, I decided to stream a little bit early. I had a nice long sleep. It's been going great. Besides the keto cookies, at the very least. But yeah, I got some stuff done, some work done that I can't really announce just yet, but it's going pretty smoothly.
You remember my father, do you?
Certainly, I remember him, and the 2 others visiting students. Of course, Mikotoba was assigned to the hospital laboratory, so we rarely met. Jigoku, on the other hand, studied our justice system under my personal supervision.
You know what? I expected Jigoku to be here. Oh, I see. Am I working on a secret recipe for keto cookies? Yeah, you got me. I'm like, I can make a better recipe than this. Here's the secret. It's just made out of meat. They're just round slices of beef jerky. That's keto, right?
As I said, that was 10 years ago now. But I'm pleased to see they've both made names for themselves in their particular disciplines.
Wow, that's cool. Don't know if it does much, but hey. All right, back to Scotland.
Scotland! Scotland! There you find dandies.
There you find dandies so prude. So cocksure.
Here you go. Here you go.
If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden.
What's this then? You cannot pull the wool over my eyes, you good for nothing Japanese student.
Oh.
Mikotama? Mikotama? Ah, that young chuck from the forensics laboratory. That Mikotama?
Yes, exactly,
Chalk?
him.
Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Eugene Mikoto's daughter, Susato.
Jings! You're the young man's daughter? And you did not think to mention that afore.
I do apologize.
Aye, well, you just best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps?
Let me experiment a little bit.
Aye, well, you best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? Aye, well, you best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? Aye, well, you best take a seat.
See, I had to sacrifice gruffness to go deeper, but I had to. It's not a one-to-one thing for me. My voice does have its limitations, surprisingly, but for him, I want to do it like as gruff and deep as possible.
Aye, well, you best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps?
Oh, it looks absolutely minuscule in his hands. Is that a biscuit? It's a handcuffed biscuit.
And dinna forget to try one of these wee hand-cut biscuits.
I love it. It looks like a pretzel. It's like Shaquille O'Neal trying to drink a bottle of water. Have you seen that man drink water? He is so large that it looks like a freaking like one of those novelty drinking shots in his hands. Check it out. Look how small he makes it look with his giant hand. That's Caden right now. Makes it look like he could just crush that teacup with like two of his fingers. I would love a biscuit, thank you. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. Although that just makes me so sad he wouldn't even give us the time of day. Unless he knew we were friends with, or that we were acquaintances, that we were associates of his friend.
I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now.
Well, he didn't let you, Susato, to be fair. I'm not gonna forgive you, Caden. You better give us like an entire bucket of biscuits to make up for it. They better be jelly filled. They better be jammy Dodgers.
So then, what can I do for you, hen?
Hen? He knows me too well.
Well, we're currently investigating a case.
It's one of your...
It's one of your warders, you see. I assumed he was gonna respond. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing.
Missing?
That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor.
Better have the masquerade powder and cookie dough filling or else. With little jimmies on top.
I haven't heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison.
Thanks for the hair.
Oh,
But how can that be? Maybe he was fired? What do you do with that guillotine clock? I mean, that hole is just uncomfortably low. And the clock has no hands. Oh, because they've been chopped off by the guillotine, maybe. I'm sorry for zooming in so much.
it's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder.
Eh? Vigil?
That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly, that means something to him. Dude, I totally just imagine him wielding that shotgun in case of, like, zombie apocalypse. He lives, like, or he works on top of a cemetery, basically, so it's no question that he'd be prepared. He kind of also reminds me of the police chief from Resident Evil 2, although not in a bad way, because the police chief from RE2 is a big asshole. Absolutely monstrous. But, I wonder how much of the Resident Evil developers had a hand in this game. Is Capcom.
Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir?
Aye, of course.
Oh, I love this song. It's the Waltz of Deduction. Hee. First, my badge. This Scottish man.
What's that there, then?
It's actually the sign of a Japanese defense lawyer.
Well, if you have to wear something like that to prove who you are, perhaps I should wear these handcuffs, eh?
That's fine. You don't have to. I think that maybe they're more of a sign of the people you catch than you yourself.
Aye, that's true.
Look at that comb. Frickin' shades of Detective Bad. With his mirror checking his face.
That's true. You got me there, Hen.
They've not actually a sign of anything, are they? What is his badge? It's just a jail cell. I just noticed. It just literally, like, from the emote where he belongs. Toad in jail, just right there. Let's talk. He loved when pockets are used properly to hold combs, and I like his little kerchief. Even his belt is like a jail cell. The bars. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison.
Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job. No doubt about it. He was a fine warder. A fine warder. Warder.
Sorry, did you say was?
Aye. He doesn't work here no more. He left the job.
Oh my!
It could explain why he's gone missing, but if his wife doesn't know, maybe he ran away to run away from the shame that he got fired? When was this exactly?
There's the question. What was it about? It can't have been much less than 10 years ago now.
What? He's been lying about having a job for 10 years to his wife? What has he been doing? Hopefully not grave robbing. What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago? You've returned. Did we get information from the prison governor? Well, yes, we're doing that right now. And apparently, Daily Bugle hasn't been working here for 10 whole years. And just lying to his wife about it. No wonder he's gone missing. Now, let's hope... I can't believe I'm saying this, but I hope it's of his own volition and not because something bad happened to him. Got cut up with the wrong people, huh? Daily Bugle. Sorry, I just watched Spider-Man Far From Home. And also Spider-Man 2 from 2004. Both back-to-back over the weekend, just, in preparation for the new Spider-Man. So, Daily Bugle's a little bit on my mind. J.K. Simmons, no other man can do J. Jonah Jameson justice, I believe. Man, should I have been doing that voice for Caden?
I want photos. High as I mind it, you can. I haven't heard the fella's name in all that time.
It's hard. It's hard to be J. Jonah Jameson and also Scottish.
That's so early if he's gone missing now.
But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of that.
Spider-Man fart from home. No, Spider-Man work from home.
I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here.
And 10 years ago, you know, that coincides with the professor case. So, you think that might have been a result of it? Maybe.
Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened?
Who, Caden?
Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here?
That's important, is it?
Yeah, it kind of is. Look at this man's chin. You could brick a house with chins like those.
Yes, I believe it may be.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. I can't help but wonder what his skull looks like.
Like, you have the round part of the skull, and then the jaw part just flares out like a freaking airplane wing or something.
Ah!
Old Ace Attorney staple. X years ago. You know it. Did I find the pun in Barry's name? Oh yeah, barricading. He's barricade. He barricades in. I was trying to work that into a line naturally in his dialogue, but it didn't quite work. I guess I could have gone off of, oh, he's ready for a zombie apocalypse, so I guess he's ready to barricade in. But I didn't want everybody to groan in pain too many times this stream. That's already constant, I know.
Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison.
10 years ago.
So Mr. Vigil actually resigned for the position of chief warder 10 years ago, you're telling us. What happened to make him leave the job?
In actual fact, he did not leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter.
You mean he was dismissed?
Man, looking like a cracked egg.
It was after a particular walk.
Sorry? A walk? Even the freaking strap on his vest has a little jail buckle. My gosh. Look at this man all decked out. I want somebody in a future Resident Evil to have this exact outfit. I just want him to be in the next Resident Evil. You know what? I saw somebody replace either Kiryu or Majima. I'm guessing Majima's model from Yakuza 0 in one of those disco dances with Ryunosuke as he's just dancing to music from Ace Attorney. Let me see if I can find that. I think Haru posted it in the Discord. Here we go. Trust me, you won't want to miss this one. Sorry, a walk? I'm multitasking. I'm putting it up while also reading the dialogue.
Aye, that's our word for it in here. A walk to the gallows.
Oh, jeez.
And execution.
Execution!
Get out of here, Monokumo. This ain't your game.
It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions you see.
Oh, so because the professor wasn't actually killed, some of the blame got put on him as well as Scythe? No, it would have been all on him since, you know, they didn't know about Scythe having involvement back then. Anyway, here's Naruhodo. Anyway, credit goes to AVVV Avani, who did not make the mod, but they did make the video. Just to make sure they get credited for that.
Only Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning.
Oh? What did he do? He needs to dance better. I'm sorry, that's Majima dancing. You insult that dance, you insult Majima himself. And he'll come over directly to your house. In a trash can, dressed as a police officer, and pat you down, man.
Kiryu-chan! I'm sorry, but I can never reveal that information. But I can tell you that it's very rare for a chief world order to be relieved of his post.
But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here.
I wouldn't have ken anything about that, I'm afraid.
Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal?
And what would that be, Hen? What would that be, Hen?
That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for, overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's?
Oh, I was just assuming that. My thoughts exactly. His vest is also jail bars. You're dang right! What part of this man isn't jail?
I'm sorry. I really am. But I'm not at liberty to answer that.
His arm hair? No, that's still jail patterned.
I see.
He ain't gonna talk to us. Can he talk to us about why his bird is kept in such inhospitable accommodations, sir?
I'd never have expected to find a parrot in a prison.
Is that a parrot? I guess. Kinda looks like a toucan. Not really. Needs a stripe on its beak.
It must be the governor's pet.
Mustache? Well, I'm sure there's a couple of crumbs from this morning's tea and biscuits in there. Trapped forever. It's what gives his mustache flavor. Krista, thanks for the compliment. Really good voice acting. Thank you. I do try.
Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner. Let me out! Do not kill me!
Whoa! Maybe we should bring this parrot to the witness stand. Just kidding. Who would ever do that?
Ah! Has the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells?
Ah, no. He was one of the 3 siblings, you see. And he still calls out the names of his 2 brothers like that all the time.
His brothers are let me out and don't kill me? Alright. What's his name?
Let me out! Do not kill me!
Aye, I hear you, laddie. You want your dinner, eh? Didn't I do it?
Oh, his name is Didn't I Do It. Yeah, I don't... Something tells me his name might have been changed after the fact.
This grandfather clock is...
More like a grand executioner clock.
It's fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps dropping down.
It's modelled on the guillotine, a French execution device. You might have heard of it. And yes, before you ask, it can chop. I use it to chop me biscuits every morning before I bake them.
Heads off, you mean?
Havers, no. Carrots and parsnips and so forth.
Oh. Yes, the medieval slap chop. Made by the French. You know the French make good stuff. You're gonna be in a good mood all day. You'll be slapping all your troubles away. With a slap clock. Goku, thanks for the bits.
Oi!
Decades later, a chicken was called to the stand to testify about why he was so suspicious.
You'll never catch me. Never!
If you place a large carrot at the bottom there in the morn, by evening it'll have been cut clean in 2.
Wait, it takes multiple cuts? That doesn't sound very efficient. Also, wouldn't the carrot, like, grow mold? Maybe not after a night, but I don't know how storage conditions are in these times.
Oh, the blade must have an almost indescribable edge on it then.
They say that carrots pretty accurately model the amount of resistance that a human finger, bones and all, would have to like cutting and or smashing forces. I don't like to think about that, but they do use it in like tests of whether or not things are safe for like human hands. Say like you're testing whether or not a machine is dangerous enough to crush somebody's hand in it, then you take like a glove, you fill the fingers with carrots of various lengths, and you kind of just put it in there, and then you see whether or not, you know, the hand survives. Why would I know? Mythbusters probably. Probably. Carrots of all things. I do like this place still. The amount of design that has to go into every area in an Ace Attorney game. It has to like accurately portray the owner's personality as much as their dialogue, as much as their character design, all in this like elaborate choreographed dance of presentation. And big hats off to Capcom for just doing it so well in this series. I guess they've had lots of practice.
My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted.
The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Do you ken?
Yes, I can imagine.
The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable.
Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. In the basement of St. Sinners. It's still in use today.
Saint Sinners? That's come before, I'm sure. Such an oxymoron.
Yes, that's right. We've been there.
Mikotoba and I have to ride in a carriage together and negotiate terms.
For more fresh material, I suppose.
Aye. And we used to sit in there for hours and gab on about this dissection and all sorts. Oh, it takes me back.
Thought he was about to take his shirt off or something. And flex, just like Armstrong.
Over a pot of tea and a plate of cuff biscuits, of course.
Outfits on point in this game more than any other. They don't even have to care about how complex the designs are because they're models now that can pose them however they want.
How charming!
I would like some tea, it looks delicious. Look at how hot it is.
He was a good fella, your father. Reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid. I'm very afraid. Downright terrified. I'll never understand you Japanese.
Because of Genshin Asugi, I suppose.
Well... I cannot tell you anything else.
Thank you so much for your time, Governor.
Oh, one moment before you're away in.
Oh!
I can't tell you anything else, but here's one more thing. He has an axe! Whoa! He is very prepared for a zombie apocalypse. Or to join the clan Belmont. Just throw all his axes around. He's certainly got enough. What else is in this room that I haven't talked about? Nothing I can really point out. There's a really, really tiny book over there, but maybe it's only tiny compared to his hands, you know?
I'm sure I have it here somewhere.
There's a buck on the wall. From hunting, I suppose. Gun, I've talked about the gun. Deerhead, I can only assume he might be a hunter then. It's one of his trophies, huh?
Ah, found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison.
Cool. I don't have to go to the gift shop anymore. Wow. Gun and axe ready for the apocalypse for sure.
What is it?
That's visual dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course.
Oh, you kept the copy. That makes sense for your records.
Oh my, are you sure?
Aye, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original, mind.
Vigil dismissal notice has been entered into the court record. The harsh reprimand occurred by Mr. Vigil 10 years ago that resulted in him in losing his job as a chief warder of Barclay Prison. Mythbusters proved that melee weapons are more effective. In a zombie apocalypse? Heck yeah. It's all about stopping power, right? Because guns are for piercing.
Thank you very much, Governor Caden.
Well, in return, you get to see my back muscles, aren't they so defined? Do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed.
What? Archival copy? I mean, it makes sense for situations just like this.
Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being.
I'm very scared. Because, like, this part of the episode can't be over yet. We have to have a reason to go to trial, so nothing like that of the sort has happened yet, unless we're going for the trial of, like, oh, we arrested somebody who may or may not have kidnapped and you're defending. But there's still a whole lot of exposition before something like that happens, I think.
What will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder?
Plus guns of ammo. Oh, you're right. Although using a single melee weapon for so much at one time might, like, dull it or something. Ooh, now we get to examine. I guess that's the reason to just have a lot of melee weapons, huh? I need to mentally prepare myself. Oh yes, his hair's gonna be green now.
Ah, look, we have an opportunity here now while the governor's away.
Mr. Naruhodo, you could be in prison if you were caught.
That's a good point. Ah, I should have looked at it while he was here. Gosh dang it. Man. Well, at least I was able to look at the clock and the parrot. Yeah. Damn. Damn. Also, I should be saving more. Oh well. As long as there's not an achievement for it, I suppose. When's the last time I saved, actually? In the Waterloo Hotel, not that bad. Oh, wait, that was 3 hours ago. It's fine. Alright, back to Sholmes' place. Rotate saves. I am. Thank you.
1st November, Sholmes' suite.
Okay. Rainbow colored. We're back!
Hello, you two!
Oh,
Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all.
oh, thank you, Iris.
Ah, so that's what the delicious... Ah! What the... Ah, that... Ooh-ah!
He's gone full anime now.
I'm blue, ba da dee da boo die, da boo dee da boo die, da boo dee da boo die.
He's ready. He's got his Persona 3 cosplay already. I love him. Now he's really ready. He's wearing the kimono.
I've been watching that thing you call anime recently. I'm ready to absorb myself into your Japanese culture. I hope I do it justice.
Sholmes, what is anime? What are you talking about? Stop saying these crazy things.
Greetings, my dear fellows.
Cotton candy. It is a very light blue. I like it. Sort of like the sky.
You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating.
Anime didn't exist. The joke is I keep making with Sholmes that he keeps referring to future things like the genie in Aladdin's does. Talking about Disneyland and making pop culture references.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes,
Hello, Mr. Jones.
Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces. In any case... It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application.
Yeah, I know I save. Oh, you didn't mean to add me. Okay. Save rotation. It's especially in these games where you can miss out on dialogue, just so I don't have to go all the way back to see some things.
It turns out I should have tested. Like science or something.
Oh my!
Pray, tell me, what of our water friend? Have you garnered some new information?
Oh, yes, something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest.
It most certainly isn't, but still, we discovered that.
Sholmes!
No, Sholmes! I was half expecting it to be Gregson.
Drop everything, Sholmes! This is more important!
Gina?
I can't unbelieve it!
Gina? What's wrong?
What's happened?
Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's the boss!
No! No! I was just saying!
What do you mean? Inspector Gregson?
The boss is... He's dead!
Ah! God damn it, I knew this was gonna happen! Ah!
What? What?
They just found his body! Shot with a pistol!
What? Ah! I was just saying how he was talking about...
Rule number 1 of anime and movies. If you are in the police force, you do not tell people about your immediate plans for the future. Like, oh, I'm about to retire. Oh, I'm going to France.
Ah! Gregson, no!
If you were to die, it should have been from fish and chips.
Not a shot in his heart! But Inspector Gregson!
Oh, no.
He was murdered?
But who?
No, Grexy!
Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story.
Well, I shouldn't have asked for it, but I did. There's our murder, I guess. Didn't expect that, although I half expected it. This is not the time to show her my badge. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was... He was really shot!
I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there. They're investigating the scene.
I wanted this. I didn't want this! Monkey's paw wish. Two remain.
Where did this take place?
A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street.
The outskirts of town. Nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then.
It's hard to take Sholmes seriously. What a time to put on the DLC outfits, huh?
The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there.
Oh.
Oh, how strange. The boss he was so good to me. I know I ain't much up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show him. I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Jimmy.
Who could have done it? Gregson out on personal business? He shouldn't have gone alone! He was just warming up the Sholmes too! In the last case, actually respecting him as a detective for once? What the hell, man? Who would have done this? They will pay. Oh, they will pay. They will pay more than Sholmes' rent. They will pay for all our pain and suffering. He took the fall for us, for sight, for the investigation, for everything. He was a good man. Ah! This had to have happened after 2 years of real time, of like, oh yeah, it's good to see him again in the video game after not having played the first game in so long. So glad to see him again. Die. It's like if you started, like, if you booted up Ace Attorney Justice for All and like you're playing through Turnabout Big Top, you're like, oh man, all these characters we met before, so cool to see, and then all of a sudden you find out Dick Gumshoe got shot or something. Like, what the? That would be the biggest kick in the balls. Biggest! Especially with how beloved Gumshoe is. Oh. Who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is?
They got him already.
Wait, do I have to defend him? I don't wanna.
Already?
They've caught the shooter so soon. Oh, don't tell me it's gonna be Asogi.
A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him.
Who?
What awful person did this?
Not Asogi, 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 not Asogi.
I still can't believe it myself.
Not Kazuma, not Kazuma, not Kazuma. Gina?
It was the Reaper.
Oh. Also not him. Please not, also not Baroque. So, this is the Edgeworth, and, this is the fourth case of game one, basically. Now I have to defend our Edgeworth. Wait a minute! You don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it?
That's right. The Reaper blood stole and shot the boss.
No! Lord Van Zeeks? This is where you pause and walk away for 2 hours. I can't stop now. I gotta. There's gotta be a reasonable explanation for all of this. Remember when Gumshoe was our only hope? And in that same conversation, he gets into a car crash. Oh yeah! Man, Gumshoe is such a good boy. Capcom, bring him back. And don't bring him back just to kill him. Oh no, if anybody from Capcom is listening, hopefully I didn't give you any ideas. Oh. No, it would be more like if in Ace Attorney 7, Gumshoe comes back and then he gets shot. If that happens. You're saying if you sue Capcom if Gumshoe dies. Hey, can I join in on that class action? It's causing all of us a pain and a suffering. Now I have to imagine what the thumbnail is going to look like. Well, if anything, I'm not going to put it as the thumbnail for the YouTube video.
Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Baroque Van Zeeks. The police have arrested?
And the monkey's paw curls up. Throw it away! We don't need it.
I saw him with my own eyes in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard the gunshot, apparently. And when our lot got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room.
But there's no way Lord Van Zeeks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it.
I don't believe it either.
Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is the most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry.
Sholmes is taking this entirely too well. If I didn't know him to be a little bit of a spacey, then I would have suspected that he'd had something to do with it. But no, he's just putting on that brave face just to give Gina someone to fall back on. I'm thinking...
What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing.
Serious Sholmes with blue hair and a kimono. you feel conflicted to see it.
Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come and all, as soon as you can. You've got to help.
Well, guess I'm defending the Baroque.
It's a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot has unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard.
Well, maybe some of us more than others.
Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves.
Mr. Sholmes.
What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, huh? How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson!
Oh, now he's breaking down. Yeah, he's just trying to be calm for the kiddos. As soon as Gina left, Sholmes, you're a strong man.
Mr. Naruto, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations.
Shouldn't we all investigate together?
Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later, then.
It's gonna be a group effort. It's gonna take all of our combined efforts. Inspector Gregson dead, and Lord Van Ziek's arrested. We didn't even get to see him one last time. Such a freaking tease, man. The way he smiled at us the last time we saw him, the last time he ever appeared before us. I should have known that was gonna be his last appearance ever.
Bruno, Susie, I've called you a handsome. It's waiting outside.
Oh, you think I'm handsome, huh? What? This is not the time. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mrs. Sato? In before someone explains to me that a handsome is actually some sort of cab. Like, I probably understood that.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, now's not the time to care about his hair. We gotta schmoove. We gotta go. Old Bailey. Or the Gowl, as it's called in the fan translation. Prison. Or the Fresno Street Room. Prison first. I am sad. It won't be his last appearance if you count the crime scene photo. Or, you know, just going to the crime scene. Okay, last living appearance. I don't want... Oh. 1st November. Local prison cell. Cell 1. Look at him just reading. It's not a book, it's a piece of paper. There he is. Lord Van Ziek's behind bars. You think they put him in like a prison outfit or something. Just chillin'.
So it's true. He really was arrested.
How did they go to the bathroom in here? Don't tell me it's that little pan over there on the table. You just go in that and just slide it under the bars. He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. You gotta go. Hey, no problem. I'll see you in the van later. Just have a good night. Thanks for joining me for this sad, sad moment. I'm at a point where I know this is basically Danganronpa and like anybody can die. But I wasn't... And I was... Again, I started to suspect it when he talked about like, oh, I've got big plans. I'm being promoted, France. It's just, I didn't want it to happen. Just probably the fact that there's only 2 games in this entire series made it even more likely that somebody important was gonna get killed off. Let's just hope it's nobody else. Lord Van Ziek's?
Fancy meeting you here. No, fancy meeting you here.
Yeah, fancy that, huh? I take it you probably guessed why I'm here? Probably. Maybe. Don't just stare at me like that, man. Van Ziek's? Van Ziek's?
The last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see.
I couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened. That
That Inspector Gregson was a...
Go home. This has nothing to do with you.
But
Forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but I must disagree.
Imagine later, what if Susato... I don't even want to think about that possibility. It's impossible.
Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please.
There's really nothing I can tell you.
What? Tell me you accidentally picked up a gun after seeing it on the ground and now it has your fingerprints on it? Well, sorry, but you're wearing gloves.
what were you just reading at the back of the cell there?
Prosecutors not accepting help seems to be a pattern. Oh, I saw a tweet the other day about how, like, every Ace Attorney game, first case, the defendant goes like, please defend me, I'm innocent. And then by the end of the game, it's always,
please, don't defend me, I'm guilty.
Always, always, always. Well, usually. Usually.
Was it something related to the case?
Hey, I know you're in a bad spot now, but here's my badge.
This?
Just give Kazuma back and then kill Gregson?
A soul for a soul. The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance.
Oh?
Oh, who might that be?
Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Hairbrain.
Did he go back to Germany yet?
Oh, of course, yes. I kept forgetting they went to the same university. I keep forgetting they have friends.
And I would like to read my correspondence in peace. So let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know?
Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zieks never minces his words. But they seem to have less spite than usual somehow.
Well, for once, we're on the same side. If there's one thing that's been consistent about Lord Van Zieks... Also, here's my badge. I think this is the same, though. Oh, wait.
I think you know that this is worn by people in my country to show that they're defense lawyers, don't you?
If there's anything that is consistent about Lord Van Zieks, is that he is always on the side of truth and is willing to help flesh out whatever harebrained argument I might come up with on the spot. Because even if it doesn't directly support his argument as a prosecutor, it brings us closer to the truth. And, you know, just like if I believe in my client, then as long as I go towards the truth, they'll be proven innocent. They'll be proven innocent. Then by his same token, if he truly believes that my defendant's guilty, then he should push towards the truth, because it should also go towards a ruling in his favor, if that is true. So, it's an interesting view that not many prosecutors have in the Ace Attorney series. Because, you know, they usually try to go for, you know, corruption, easy wins, records, all that. No. Van Zieks, he's an honest boy.
I think you know that I believed you to be merely playing at lawyercraft. Initially. But it would seem that your armband may actually imply some dormant talent after all.
You could say it's in my genes.
Lord Van Zieks, do you mean?
Let's hope you wake up soon.
Yes, I was clearly daydreaming. I almost thought I got a compliment there. Hey look, I'm not suspicious. Of course there wouldn't be anything specific about that. Actually, we haven't even looked at this yet. Notice of dismissal, 25th June, 10 years ago. Chief ordered daily vigil relieved of his post with immediate effect, violating clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and for other financial events are really revoked. Sus! Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape from prison of convict, something prior to execution. So, Professor. Details of escape are being investigated. Full cooperation will be expected. Barricaded. Additional notes. Indications that our jailbreak problems confuse power to the convict's incarceration. Believe the convict engaged in sort of negotiation in prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure information and negotiation will be demanded. But did they ever get them, I wonder? There's something fun that to show him? Is it the red-headed league? That's the only one I can think of that's fun. Wait, hold on. I am colorblind. Is Broke Van Zeeks, does he have red hair? It kind of looks dark to me, but maybe?
It's not for me.
It's gray, okay. I thought maybe it was like a very like deep wine red. Dang. Grayish purple? Maybe purple's red.
It's not for me.
Ah, that's not why I was showing you it.
I suppose if it was a black-headed leg, you would have no hesitation.
None whatsoever.
Sadly, my own hair could be no more described as black as it could red. What color league should I then join?
What? Why is he's playing along?
People are troubled by the most unexpected problems at times.
Is that the one you're thinking of, Mario? Come on, or is it something else? That's the one. Nice. What happened? Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zeeks? What happened?
How much do you already know?
We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street.
And that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested.
We were told that there was nobody else in the room, and that some witnesses heard the gunshot.
Then you're well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself.
Yo, that's not gonna fly. You're a prosecutor, can't you at least guess? Can't you at least come up with like, oh, maybe I was drugged. Oh, maybe I was brought to the room after he was already dead. Tell us something. But the gunshot, bro, obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you?
I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise. However, before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers.
And their first instinct was to arrest you? You couldn't say like, oh, I was going to investigate. So he doesn't actually know what happened.
If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with?
They come in like, Van Zeeks, what happened?
I don't need to answer that.
Oh.
After all, you're not representing me.
He's going to need a lawyer, though. And I don't think it's gonna be... Do we even know any other defense attorneys in all of London at the moment? Who's going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zeeks?
Anyone other than you, I should imagine.
Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet?
Anyone other than you. That hurts, man. That hurts deep.
Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know.
But this is different.
In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted.
And like 5 of them are mine.
Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now.
Surely not.
I assure you, no defense lawyer would want to touch me with the end of a barge pole.
But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths. Did you?
It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey.
10 years, huh?
Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However...
Literally Edgeworth vibes. See, the problem is, Edgeworth probably did do things like fake evidence and lie and straight up just fabricate stories in order to get not guilty verdicts. And then he's changed since then. He's gone towards the side of justice. Van Zeeks is just the victim of unfortunate coincidence, somebody trying to give him a bad name. by killing all of the people that's been acquitted from his prosecution. It's downright evil. Like, he doesn't deserve this at all.
It seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that.
What does he mean by that? He wants to figure out the truth so bad. Why doesn't he go for Naruhodo's help? It's almost like he feels like he deserves it. Maybe he's like, so many people die.
So many people die as a result of my prosecution. I'm better off dead than trying to get any more people into jail.
No! Baroque! After the trial, Professor Hairbrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought.
It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper.
I hope. I wonder what countries you'd have to pass through to get from London all the way to Germany. Like, you'd go across the channel to France and then just catch a train. You might pass through Belgium, or you might go straight through Germany. I don't know how the rails are arranged. Interesting. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean?
Yes, so it seems.
By one person as evidence.
Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example.
Stooped? I ain't no stoop kid. I'm not afraid to leave a stoop.
You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day.
Oh, you're talking about, You're saying that Mr. Soseki Natsume is stooped. He's a little stooped. Yes, that's right. He's an orphan now, happily working in Tokyo. A long trip has to be fast enough to arrive in 8 days. I'm sure trains aren't that slow. Even ones back then. But the boat may be another story. So Professor Hairbrain is safely back in Germany now.
He is.
Beep, 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 beep.
So it appears our conversation has run dry.
Well, maybe you want to talk about what you had for dinner.
Prison bread. Lots and lots of prison bread. You know that bread from Yakuza 7? The most detailed rendering of bread ever in a video game? It was that kind of bread. It looked so delicious, but in the end, it was dry. Drier than a conversation.
There was a 2-second silence, that's all.
Well, in any event, you talk so much, 2 seconds sounds like an eternity of silence. If you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. Get it? It's a prison joke.
Right. I was wondering, Lord Van Zeeks, if you'd like. Oh, how about them Lakers? What? No, it's Sholmes that makes the future jokes. I'd be happy to advocate for you. Don't old trains go like 15 miles per hour? Wow, that is kind of sad. I guess, maybe.
You trust me, do you?
Well, the train in Back to the Future Part 3 was able to go 88 miles per hour. But, admittedly, like, only after giving it, like, super awesome hyper fuel. But, you know, theoretically, let's say it goes, like, 60 miles per hour, like, normally. Maybe. Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just... my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. Oh, if feelings were evidence. Hey, wait a minute! Ace Attorney 5! Don't tell me feelings can't be used in a court of law. That's Athena Sykes' whole gimmick! I wonder if this is the writers of Ace Attorney taking a jab at themselves. To be fair, I never really liked the gimmick in Ace Attorney 5, but, like, I like Athena Sykes' character. I like the concept of a lawyer that, you know, goes off feelings when all the other lawyers go off evidence. I mean, there's a reason they go off evidence, because that's law. But I don't know. I want to give Sykes another chance. She was pretty good in Spirit of Justice, but I want to see what they do with Sykes and Apollo in Ace Attorney 7. I just want to see. Maybe they'll use Apollo as an excuse to do more trials in Kurain. Maybe they'll use Sykes. Maybe they'll revamp the emotion mechanic. Yeah. Yep, emotions.
It's a very gracious offer. However,
Trains were faster in England. By 1850, they went at 78 miles per hour. Heck yeah! Well, okay, that doesn't sound too bad. Yeah. Which year is this game? Oh, there's lots of talk about that. Just assume any range between like 1860 something to 1900 something, and I will get no more specific than that, or else we could argue all day.
I trust no one.
Oh, let's hope he's out of Germany in about 13 years or so. Oh, well, yeah. Oh, who knows? Maybe World War I doesn't happen in the Ace Attorney universe. I've heard so many like out there theories about like what happened in the Ace Attorney world. The thing is like, oh, maybe World War II never happened, and so the relationship between Japan and the US was a bit more amicable. Therefore, Japan was able to like mesh with California to create Japanifornia. Stuff like that. Like, I'm not gonna indulge in any of it, but it is pretty silly and hilarious to think about any of that. Japanifornia, eat your hamburgers, Apollo.
What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese.
But please.
I have no intention of engaging your services.
Then who? Who?
Such a lust for revenge? Who?
The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. Time to get a helicopter. No! Helicopter pilots in Capcom games never survive.
I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again.
Just do it. How can he literally can't say no. Well, maybe he can.
Then neither of us will waste any more time.
I don't know how it works. Maybe Strongheart can force it. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. And this is exactly the reason why I started early today. While it's been 4 hours, it's still only 11, so I've got plenty of time to check out old Greggy. This is what I want. Is this another monkey's paw wish? My wish to start the trial tomorrow. Oh yeah, tomorrow. Well, I got what I wanted. 1st November, room on Fresno Street. Oh, good, the body's gone. Oh, I don't want to see a dead Gregson. Inspector Deadson. Look at how somber this is. Because all the inspectors know who died. This really isn't out of the way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. Is there an action figure on the floor? What is that? So this dust-rented old room is what happened then. Is that a wig over there?
So, this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life.
Yes. And the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere.
Oi! What do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers has got to be taken right out so you can look underneath it all.
Oh, she's in the anger phases of loss.
I want the space above the ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too! It might have been Santa Claus that killed him! It might have been Santa Claus!
Whoa, Gina, calm down!
Blimey! Ain't you lot never gone over the house looking for dough when others are out of town?
Probably not. Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Uh-oh.
Oh, so you turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself.
Big reveal. Gregson was wearing a wig this whole time. I don't think I've ever seen him without his hat, though. And I never will.
Hello again, Gina.
Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that.
Oh, if I joined earlier. If I came here earlier, would Sholmes been here?
He went prancing around in there, pointing at stuff and flicking at it. Not out of his and then just scarpered.
No one knows about Gregson's luscious locks. Takes off his hat and just like whoosh, whoosh every time he enters a room. Not anymore.
Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah, he didn't stop to say nothing from now on. Not even me.
Gina, would you mind if we investigated too?
He takes off his hat when Iris is around. Oh, right! What does his hair look like? I forgot. For some reason, I thought there was like another hat under his head.
Listen, Odo, you're a lawyer, right?
Yes, why?
Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you?
Oh, what? Poor Gina.
She's probably really angry at him, thinking that if he really did it, she'd want absolute utter death.
She's never going to forget, is she?
The trial will haunt her forever. That too!
Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Vinzix really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right, yeah? Go on then, Odo. Get investigating! I want to know the truth about what really happened here.
Thank you, Gina.
She understands us.
Wow.
Thank you, Gina. Here, have my badge. This armbands proof I'm a defense lawyer. This badge is proof I'm a detective. Now steal my badge. Blah, 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 blah. You know, it's a thing we do. Inspector Gregson. Much more cooperative than I expected. They probably didn't want me going back and forth for affidavits again after, like, so much has already happened in this case.
Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place?
Gina trusts us.
That's what I want to know.
You know, just again, the more games I play in these times, the more I'm just sad that conventions aren't happening right now. Because I would have loved to see people cosplaying as Gina Lestrade, or as Susato, or as Sholmes, or as the characters in Persona 5 Strikers. All that stuff.
That's what I want to know. Guess what? Half a year since I got all the clink. That's when I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead.
The best part of these outfits is I bet you could just buy these. Just every piece at some random store. Or if not, they'd be easy enough to make. Like, take like one of those driver caps and just sew some buttons on like that with a plaid band around it. Easy.
Oh yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he?
Some vintage pieces, yeah. This jacket's nice too. I like the plaid, what is that, ascot? Tie? The vest and the sleeves. She's styling.
Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then.
The wind that makes Kazuma's hair and headband move. I think somebody told me about somebody cosplaying as Kazuma in a previous convention, and they brought a fan just to put in front of themselves all the time to make the headband move. That is perfect.
But it turns out he's a bit of a legend at the yard.
Was.
Goodness, really? They say he managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that.
He did?
Yup, and ever since then he started going on about all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently.
That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? He's just that good. Was.
So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? Dum da 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 da. Da 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 da. Inspector Gregson. I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all, and look where that landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? Cosplaying Kazuma, you need a friend carrying a fan. Oh yeah, just have somebody cosplaying Naruhodo blowing the fan at Kazuma the whole time. It works on so many levels. I heard him say as much. I take my hat off to that fella. Words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, the boss said it's exactly why he respected the bloke. I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such a high regard. He said something else to me and all. I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, cause he only goes after people who are bad. It did kind of set me mind at ease when he said that. Right. Oh, you know, so I don't have a repeat last time, I'm gonna save and try to investigate some things in the background before I completely talk to Gina, but not all the things. Look at these pictures. Look at this fireplace. Look at this stuff. That is commentary in the late hours. Just look at this. An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would otherwise, doesn't it? It's thick with dust, look. I think it would be fair to say that it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. No, it means... That is like Susato and Naruhodo's entire dynamic. Ryunosuke points out like some piece of evidence that's like, oh, obviously nobody's lived here in a long time. And then he has to go and say something like, wow, someone who lived here must have really not minded the cold. Either he's saying it to try to get a laugh out of his friends, or he really thinks outside the box. Or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. I was kidding, of course. Just kidding. Although, who's in this picture? Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. I don't think he lives here, though. What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. It's Evie Vigil. They are! Look! Mr. Naruhodo! Quickly! Yep! Although wearing slightly different clothing. Huh. Why do we believe this woman is familiar somehow? Of course she's familiar! We met her only this morning! Ah! It's... Mrs. Vigil! Man Ray! This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either. Fiddle-a-doo. Photographic print in her younger years. Curious and curiouser. What is this conspiracy board over here? This looks like some sort of notice board or something. Pepe Sylvia? What does that mean? Carol! And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look! That is Susato's catchphrase at this point. This, you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it? And these are case notes here, and details of prison inmates. Yes, in fact, they're all the sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah, and this one here. Oh yes, the advertisement, you mean? To the Red-Headed League. What? Again? Why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. Don't tell me it's one of the blokes what got arrested at Sholmes' flat this morning. I'm even thinking out loud in Ryunosuke's voice. Excuse me? Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir. Poor man, he can't
Oh, Inspector! Oh, sir! Poor man, he can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Oh, why? Why do the good die so young? Okay, that's quite enough, sir. Oh! Excuse me.
Sorry, sir, can't see a thing, sir. I should probably stop wearing my hat over my eyes. Too many tears, sir.
Right, perhaps I'd better leave you to your work then. Ow. This is depressing me, man. Oh. I know there's more to the room, but let's switch back over to talking to Gina, I suppose. Wait, let me check the court record. Yeah, Gregson's here. So that's what his hair looks like. Doesn't look like the wig that's on the floor, though. 45. Murdered Scotland Yard inspector. He was stern and single-minded in his approach, and a great lover of fish and chips. Oh, I guess this... I realize now that this kind of reveals what Daily Vigil looks like. I don't know if that's supposed to be a spoiler, because the only picture we have of him is black and white. But now we kind of see... Interesting. Very interesting. What's this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's been rented by some cove called Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone? Like Huge Boone? Hugh Boone? It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name that isn't it? Also a reference to Sherlock? Heck yeah. Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. Maybe a pen name, huh? I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right! All the lads with the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation. At least it wasn't Hugh Dares. Hey, wait a minute. Pizza delivery for, Icy Wiener? Aw, man. But there's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves. I do wonder... Yes, Miss Susato. Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? But if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I don't want to think about it, but perhaps you're right. I mean, the documents on the board show that it has to be someone with access to the Scotland Yard. I never even considered that. Nice work, Suze! We've actually followed a line of inquiry like that ourselves! You are? If you look around the room, you'll see. There's a few things that hint at it. We should really investigate this place in detail. The incidente. I see that's where the poor inspector was found. Over there. Yeah, that's right. Like I said, it was a single bullet wound what did him in. Whoa. I didn't even see those. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree in the wall. Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles apart completely. Will this game never stop in its violence towards wax? First the figure of the professor, now the candles. And the gun used there is on the floor. It's the Reaper's, isn't it? No denying that. Now can you tell? What, really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. Your buttons kind of look like eyes now. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. But there's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? A bigwig lawman, is it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that Wisno there. There were some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down the yard for questioning, that's why. They're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here. After all, they'll be getting a grilling. And I don't mean burgers. Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? Ooh, this is not gonna be a short investigation. I'm cherishing this extra time as it is. If it so happens that we reach the 5-hour mark of stream and we're not done, you know, it's fine. It's fine. We can continue on tomorrow. I just want to make sure we at least get to trial tomorrow, you know? I doubt it. The lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for, and you'll be up for a grilling and all. So we can't interview the witnesses then. The writers were tired of writing more dialogue. Shame. It's okay, we'll probably see them in court. For sure. Alright then, let's get the gating. Investigating. There's a joke in there somewhere. I just thought of it. Somebody like take note of it and make that joke later when it's actually funny. Something about the term investigate keeping. You know? Oh, what's this? What's this? It's like a little Bobby. It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it, in a way? Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Grayson? It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zeek's playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. Could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case. Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful, after all. In a way, Susato, you can't keep it. I'll be happy to get you one later. Look at this thing. Almost looks like it could be a nutcracker. You think the mouth opens? The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. You think maybe it comes off? I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. I like it. I like it, Naruhodo, come on. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too? For fun? No. Yes? Oh, hello? What is that? Is that a gun? What's that? It appears to be some sort of key. It's hard to tell. I didn't see the little key things. But it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size. So what is it for, I wonder? It'll do. A key-like shaft. Details of the policeman figure. I guess. Weird. This looks like some sort of key. Yes, it does. A very tiny and simple key. What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? In before it also turns out to be a gun and it shoots a tiny little bullet through that barrel. And what's it for? Huh. Well, I guess we'll find out. Wait, we actually took this from the crime scene then. As you do in Ace Attorney. I see what you're getting at. What else haven't we looked at yet? Photographs, articles, maybe there's something on the other side? Nope. Alright, I think we're good here. What about the gun?
The revolver, Ocelot.
Hey, it's got a little thing at the bottom for attaching to like a chain. This is presumably the murder weapon then. It is a nice looking gun. Oh my! It is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. Well, Ryunosuke, please keep your finger far away from the trigger. You don't know if it's still loaded. There's only one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot! What did I just say? The exact opposite of that. No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Yeah, Ryunosuke's had bad experiences with picking up guns. Don't fire! Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. Shibadaboo. Probably best to avoid handling it. So, now that it's in our evidence, let's handle it. Wow, what does this part do? I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh my, it's real, I suppose. Oh, this is the same thing. What is this? Same dialogue. Is that just a feature of guns that I don't know about? I'm not exactly an expert on guns myself, really, no. I do have a friend in the Navy, and I've seen the pistol that they gave him before, but that's about it. Yeah, no, I guess I can't look at it further. Ryunosuke and Susato are too inexperienced with guns to really know what to look for. Probably able to hang it on your belt. Although, but like, if it was... It had to be something easy to release, or else it would be stuck to your belt, or unless you fire it from your hip. I don't know. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh, it's Cousin It, from Adam's family.
Oh, funnily enough, neither can I.
Or Chewbacca's shedding. It's a handpiece, isn't it?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Does... Let me think about something. I don't know. What? I'm just, you know, just wondering. Maybe? Don't worry about it.
It is a bright red hairpiece.
I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means you have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? Didn't think of actually using the gun. And it's such a flame-colored red, too. Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it?
Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it.
Diddle-a-doo. Probably belonged to Gregson, maybe? Maybe. Let's look at that. Please tell me I got 3D hairpiece. Oh, it is 3D! Look at this thing! Hello? This is definitely a wig. Look at that, like, netting and everything. I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like.
That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you?
I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head. What the heck is bird lime? Bird lime? I'm a chicken, I don't even know what bird lime is. It is an adhesive substance used in trapping birds. It is spread on a branch or twig upon which a bird may land and be caught. It is illegal in many jurisdictions. Oh, okay. Bird lime is prepared from mistletoe fruits. Ripe fruit is chewed until sticky, then the mass is rubbed between the palms of the hand to form sticky strands. Okay, cool, I've learned something today. So it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean.
That might be a little inconvenient when you want to take it off again, don't you think?
It would probably, like, get into the hair and ruin the hairpiece. Honestly. Well, that happened. Learned something new.
So I suppose this is where the victim... That's right. The rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found.
Oh, that is rope, not a chalk. Poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away. He would probably be under Dr. Seitz's scalpel by now if not for what happened last week. I wonder who's the head coroner now. From the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. I've talked about this before, but if I ever start to go bald, I'll just embrace it, honestly. I don't know how I'd look bald, but I'd give it a try. We know how I look with hair. Hee.
Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost.
I know it's just a rope, but, well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that blood stain next to it. Squeamish, eh?
Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality.
Susato-san is so strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. Far better indeed. Excuse me. I'm sus. Excuse me.
If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard.
I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. F in the chat for this candlestick.
The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off.
You like that voice? I'm so sad.
There's wax splattered on the wall behind, look!
I suppose if a bullet had hit it.
It does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body.
Oh, now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. Candelabrum. Chibadaboo. I do appreciate how the sounds in Ace Attorney have pretty much kept the same ever since the series' inception. It's like how Dragon Quest uses the same sound effects from the NES, you know? Except it's a little more silly in regards to Dragon Quest, because they're 8-bit sounds. Here they're like Game Boy Advance kind of 16, 32-bit, which can kind of sound modern if you just raise the fidelity a little bit.
Ah, there's some black marks here, look!
Did the blood burn?
Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks.
So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think?
It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems.
Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them.
Shoop ba ba doop boop boop. Bop bop ba da boop boop. You say that, but a Japanophoria might be a little different in the future. I don't know if there's much else to look at. I have some new evidence. If all else fails, I'll go ahead and show that to Gina, I suppose. Oh, the windows. Oh yeah, maybe the windows are cracked open?
Somebody's very haphazardly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't even really color the window anymore.
Is this also due to the window tax?
Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This window's at least still let in some light, so you could say...
You could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now.
Didn't even get light, he did. Nothing else, huh? Huh. Is there really nothing else? I'ma start showing. What did I say? I'ma start showing things. Just one by one. The old Phoenix Wright 1 method. Just in case. Shubadabadoo-da. I should at least do one of these, I guess. Here, have a hairpiece.
Gina, what do you make of this?
What was that? Evidence? What, that's something about what happened, have you?
Oh, no, not exactly. I just wanted you to put on this wig.
I've been long enough on the job to get all this deductionist business yet. I swear I'm gonna get the person who did this to the boss.
Well, we'll just contact Sholmes for some assistance, I suppose. Dun, 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 dun. I want to make sure I don't leave any stone left unturned. Where do I go from here, then? Let me think. Maybe go see if Sholmes is back and talk to him about it. I can't really come back to the prison unless I learn something more about Gregson. I have a lot of evidence, but I don't know if that's enough. What do you guys think? I guess I could just try each one. Sholmes, are you home yet? Well, he ain't here. Who knows? Back to the prison, I suppose. Hello? Oh, I guess not. Maybe I missed something? It might be one of those things. Let me just go over with a fine tooth comb. Do-do. Ba-da-do-do-do-do. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-da. That one. That one. The stool, of course! It's so important. Da 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 do 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 do. don't know. It feels like I got everything. Is there some evidence I haven't checked yet? Check the candle. Check the wig. It doesn't even look like something could come out of the policeman's figure, honestly. Maybe I should see if I can present anything else. Oh, look at this.
Oh, that business? Yep. Inspector Lestrade here. Soon had that one buttoned up.
I thought it was Mr. Sholmes who led that pair into a trap, wasn't it?
Listen, Odo. It ain't easy going from the East End diver to Scotland Yard detective, right? But anyway, it's all part of the charm, isn't it? Been a bit loose with the truth when it helps.
That's wrong for so many reasons. They ain't never had an inspector quite like Gina, huh? Takes a thief to catch a thief.
Maybe I should get Iris to write stories about me. The adventures of Inspector Lestrade.
Maybe. I'd read them, that's for sure. I haven't even read the Sherlock Holmes books. Try seeing what Susanna has to say about each location. Maybe. And from here, I think I've already shown everything. Alright. Whatever it is, I don't think we have any more business here. So let's start looking around. Move. We're not in a position to talk yet. The place is thick with dust. What a grand place. I don't believe we visited this place for some time. Oh, hello. Progress. 1st November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office.
You made good time.
I took an express train back to London. I can hear Lord Strongheart. Can you?
Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone.
Ooh,
Oh, I took an express train back to London.
where were you, though?
Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork.
It's...
Kazuma-sama! Ding!
Slight rotation.
Ah, your timing is impeccable.
It is? Thanks for the tip, Min Man, thank you. Me Man.
No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry.
How is that the fault of the Reaper? Oh, yeah, because they think he shot him. I was like, he never prosecuted him in court. Oh. Skipped right to the chase, huh?
I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zeeks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson?
I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accuser level Lord Van Zeeks for this crime.
Or framing.
We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective.
Oh no, surely not!
It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes.
So does that mean the trial's tomorrow?
Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions.
Yes, we've met. Oh, he doesn't even have eternal wind blowing his ascot. Kazuma.
Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you?
Man, how tall is Kazuma? He almost as tall as Lord Vortex Strongheart.
Mr. Asugi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings.
He'll probably be the prosecutor.
Leading the prosecution.
How many monkey's paws wishes is that yet? I said I would squeal. But it's a sad squeal. Come on! Oh, the things I need to stop saying out loud. I literally said that last stream. You've waited for this moment since I started. Yay! Good thing I went long today. Wait. What? Kazuma?
As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law.
Yeah, well, we'll see how long we've come. How far we've come. How long it's been. Very Phoenix Wright Edgeworth style, how a friend of mine, long thought gone, who I haven't seen ever since last time I saw him. He wanted to be a defense attorney, and now he's on the other side. But why? The sad thing is we kind of know why, but do we know the whole truth? We'll find out.
Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor?
Look at him just standing there. Menacingly. Oop. No, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should save first. Also, would you like to join the Redhead Club? Aw, man. I was hoping that would get a reaction out of him. Maybe I already showed him today. Look, Mr. Strongheart. You take Kazuma off the prosecution now, or else, I swear, I will use this.
You don't even know how to fire a gun.
I'll figure it out. Can I show you this gun? And threaten you to not to not accuse Van Zieks of this crime. I'm pretty sure that's illegal in and of itself.
I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no. People all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. From Wales all the way to Northern Ireland.
There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey, and now the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Threatening aura Kazuma has.
Quite so. The public want answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths.
Arms crossed to assert dominance.
But Lord Van Zieks firmly denies any involvement in such matters.
And there have been thorough investigations, sorry, I had to clear my throat, that have proven him to be innocent.
That's certainly true. Or it has been at least until now. No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history.
Yo, here's a tip for anybody who wants to stream Ace Attorney games. If y'all happen to be streamers out there. I press A when I'm done reading the dialogue, or rather, when I already know what the end of the dialogue is, so that I can say it while I'm queuing up the next part of the dialogue, so it kind of flows with natural timing. Except when, you know, I stop like this. Like, I don't press A when I know I'm gonna go on a tangent. And it's helped me, like, keep a pace going, because when I used to play games like Danganronpa, I used to play like this. So, Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow.
That's right.
But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart.
Just waiting to glance at chat to see if, like, anything new has happened. I'm just so paranoid about missing anything in chat. Like, no, it's fine. It's fine. I can naturally find where's a good place to break.
Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles.
Sounds too excited. Strongheart, too excited to prosecute Van Zieks? Yeah! Like, as if it's a foregone conclusion. As if, like, there is no other possibility. Like, he wants Van Zieks to go behind bars or to get executed even. Something's really sus out here. Serenity Indie can chat. Sorry, everybody. I had a follower-only mode on. I do that when stream is off because people have been saying bad things have been happening in chats while people are offline. I turn that off, so if anybody's just been lurking, feel free to chat now. Sorry. Yeah. You just finished this game last week. This case had you screaming. I've already screamed multiple times and I'm still in the investigation day 1. I've wished too many times on the monkey's paw, and everything is coming true in the worst way possible. Wishing that, you know, Kazuma would finally be I'd face him in court as a prosecutor. Wishing that, something that would happen to Baroque Van Zeeks that would have us defend him. Not wishing, but expecting something to happen to Inspector Gregson. These little hints that just plant the seeds in my mind. Oh, yeah, for sure.
A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree?
I have one wish left. Oh, please no. Not the chippy man. I see you've been playing this too, Serenity Indy. Let me just see if I can give you a follow. You seem to love these types of games. Just saying, just saying. I'm also not going to look at your video thumbnails because I realize they might be spoilers. Oops. I realize that's a bad thing. Yeah, I've actually gone through some of my old clips from when I played games like Danganronpa and other Ace Attorney games, realizing that, oh, just looking at this thumbnail will spoil this game. I guess I can't keep this clip around anymore. Even though they're clips I like, I download them and keep them, but geez, I sometimes I realize how bad that can be for someone to just stumble across.
But why, Kazuma-sama?
Serenity, did you also play the fan translation of the first game from 2 years ago? Because that's how I played it. I've been anxiously awaiting... Well, I've been waiting for Scarlet Study to finish it, but I guess I didn't have to wait with Capcom doing it themselves. I am so glad, though, that it finally happened against all odds. There's a little translation differences that I have to, like, reconcile in my mind, but otherwise, I'm getting the same emotions. You avoided it because you had a feeling this was going to come out. Fair enough. Fair enough. Or else you'd have to be like me and wait 2 whole years for this game to come out. So, that means you've beaten both since the game came out. Very nice.
There's surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain.
It was a personal request.
Man, it feels wrong giving him the snake voice when he's not even wearing a headband anymore.
I asked to be assigned to the trial.
You asked for this? But why?
I never asked for this. I never asked to be shown how human I was. It'll all become clear tomorrow.
That was not the voice you expected. Well, I gave him a snake voice when it made sense, and now it doesn't. So, we're gonna have to live with it.
Ah, Colonel. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you?
We're in too deep now.
Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation.
Like mine. I do like his hair, though. It kind of looks like a bird is sitting on his head and just, like, laying its wings over his face. Like Kaiba! Kinda. I mean, little Kuribo himself has said how much, like,
I sound like Brock from Pokemon doing a solid snake impression. Screw the rules, I have money.
I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact.
Unprecedented. Never happened before in Ace Attorney history.
You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba.
Boyfriends in court together. Together or against each other. Oh.
Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way.
You met little Karibo once? No way. That's awesome. Was it at, like, he went to a convention in the States, or do you happen to live in England and saw him there? It's very interesting. I live in Los Angeles, so I've seen, like, various internet personalities here and there. I saw ProZD at a convention once, and I saw Markiplier in an art gallery once. To be fair, it was the art gallery that Ross and Barry did for their Pokemon Art Academy stuff. in Australia. Ah, so you're in Australia, I see. Well, good to meet you. Good to see you. It must be more daytime over at where you are. I happen to know a lot of Australian streamers, more than I ever expected. Just probably because of the time at which I stream. Is almost midnight my time. Yeah, very nice, very nice. How is he? Is he nice? I hope he is.
Joey, Earth Joey, are you in there, man? It's your move.
Sorry, Yoke. Doing this Brooklyn accent is making it hard to focus on card games, you know?
I know what you mean. My voice is kind of crazy too. I'm thinking about changing it.
After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the empire.
Found me on recommended. Nice! I do hear that every now and then. I'm glad that Twitch has some taste sometimes.
It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing ranks.
So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution, but not the defense.
Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed. After practicing law in this land for many months.
Maybe I should go more Kaiba with it, now that he's on the dark side.
Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend.
Wait, oh yeah, I did give you his sword back. I'll take it back! If you're gonna be mean to me, man. The pride of the empire that you seem to be happy to call a murderer. Friend, sure. Ooh! My learned friend, if you know what I mean.
Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zeeks?
Whoa, hand.
That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene.
Who is that? Normally I'd assume Gregson, but you know that's not possible right now.
Well, the thing is,
I guess it's Gina.
she wasn't sure.
I just assumed Gina was there, like, investigating because she wanted to, because it's her freaking boss, man. I guess she's also officially appointed. Good for her. Heck yeah. I mean, aw.
She wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know.
That's right, Mr. Naruhodo. Be direct.
It is certainly a motto that is issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes?
So then it could have been Inspector Gregson's own gun, maybe. Maybe. I wonder. This you give me unnecessary feelings energy. Oh, Edgeworth. The line that launched 1,000 ships. Or maybe just one very big ship that's persisted throughout the entirety of Ace Attorney's lifespan. You know, I could believe it. It's one of those ships where, like, you know what? I could believe that being the case. Phoenix and Edgeworth actually being together. Because, like, there's not really anything that outright proves that they couldn't. At the very least, Edgeworth, like, when he's not married to his job, he doesn't really seem all that interested in women, so... Just saying.
Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine.
First case of the game, you were losing your minds of Ryu and Kazuma. Have you played the Escapades yet, Serenity Indy? It shows a few more, tender moments between a lot of the characters in the games, really.
In that case, it could have actually belonged to the victim.
You haven't? Oh, you have. You gotta. You gotta. The first escapade takes place after the first case of the first game, like right after. So you get some moments between Ryunosuke and Kazuma that, you know, you would have just missed out if you had played this game on the fan translation like I did.
No. Gregson had his gun on his person.
Who's to know it was his gun? What about Lord Van Zeeks?
He claims it's currently not in his possession.
What? How do you lose your gun?
According to his story, he lost it.
Yo, this is Big Mike Meekin style.
In short, it's more than a little...
suspicious. But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that it actually is.
No, of course not.
Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zeeks. Don't say grave. Asogi, you just gonna stand there or you have something to comment about it? Thanks for letting you know. For sure. If you ever do stream it, I'd like to see. What time do you usually stream, by the way, Serenity?
I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be all right now.
Has your memory completely returned?
Yes, completely. I remember everything.
In like 3 hours. Well then, I'm probably not gonna be awake then, but I'll throw you onto Ada Host. How about that?
Including what I was coming here to do.
Never thought I'd hear his theme again. I'd resigned to it.
Kazuma.
Right. You know, no wonder they made a big deal about like Susato like coming to Kazuma's grave in the beginning. I was wondering. Cause I thought, you know, another like Mia Fey type of thing where he dies in the first game and, you know, him being dead is his motivation, but you kind of just move past it eventually. No! Both on the moving past it and also the him being dead at all thing. Freaking unbelievable.
Kazuma-sama! I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia?
It was the voice.
Oh yeah, he just loves the show where people come on and sing and judges decide whether or not it's good. He loves the voice.
This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. I choose Ariana Grande as my coach. And I will sing. You must be swift as the coursing river, with all the force of a great typhoon, and all the strength of a raging fire, mysterious as the dark side of the moon.
Don't quit your day job, Kazuma.
It was that voice that guided me here to London.
I'm sorry I'm ruining this absolute moment.
I'm so sorry for what's happened.
Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return to the way it was before.
Huh? What do you mean?
I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon.
It doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart.
Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our empire's history. There's much you can learn from the public gallery.
What's that supposed to mean? Also, I wonder who's going to be in the jury. Is that a promise? We're going to see each other again? Oh my. I'll see you in court. Sorry to have taken so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Hey. You know, I've never heard that. Because I played the first game on fan translation. I haven't heard his English hold it.
Before you go, Ryunosuke.
Victorian England was really the perfect setting for the steampunk things. I do love the steampunk aesthetic. Not enough gamers roll with it, honestly. I'm so sad that Codename Steam never picked up Steam as a Nintendo strategy game, you know? I mean, Fire Emblem's popular enough. Bid Servant says, Great Attorney is very grounded, treading on sci-fi, comes to detective technology. Yeah, something about how, like, it's conceivable that this stuff could have been invented before. Again, with a steampunk aesthetic. Steampunk. I need to stop saying steampunk. That's probably something completely different.
What is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you.
Kazuma-sama, what?
You took my determination to heart and brought with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection.
You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system.
Let us cross swords in court!
Now, wait a minute. Is that one of them innuendos I'm hearing about?
It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you.
Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here.
Your father, huh?
Oh!
You took my heart. Whoa! I mean, wasn't Ryunosuke in Kazuma's closet for a while? I mean, literally.
I actually have a favor to ask.
Which is?
This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me. As the defense counsel.
Well, I mean, if I was, I'd be doing more than seeing how it ends, and also, that's what I'm trying to do, but Zanzik says no.
Why?
What's this all about? Is this a proposition, eh? Getting down on one knee. We gotta convince a certain somebody. You know, Kazuma's father. Just head on down to his waxwork and ask for his son's hand in marriage. We need permission, you know?
I know you have what it takes.
But Lord Venzix would never put his fate in my hands.
On the contrary, he recognizes your talent.
He does? Everyone's asking for Ryu for favors, but never asked for anything in return. Not even payment. Oh, you know, Sholmes asked for payments. He's like,
Oh, yes, he works for me. You just pay me in his stead. I'll gladly take the cash.
that's why he was so low on rent after Ryunosuke stopped practicing law for like 6 months. He was paying the bills. So sad.
It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this.
Whoa! Look at those young boys. Oh no, wait. That's Venzix, that's his brother. And that's Gregson.
That's Lord Venzix and Inspector Gregson.
Lord Venzix and Inspector Gregson.
In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the looks of it.
Oh. There's a total of 2 people in this photograph who are dead. And who's the third person? Is that not his brother?
It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office.
In Gregson's office, you mean?
Yes. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight-talking makes him take a different view.
Can Wiki make a guess? Go for it. Wow, Baroque Venzix really did used to smile.
Take it.
The frown runs in the family.
I don't understand. Why are you giving me this?
Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over.
What are you doing, Kazuma?
What are you doing indeed? I have a feeling it's past the 5-hour mark. I usually don't stream this long, but I started early, so I think this is the last thing I need to do before the trial. You know, get Venzix's permission to actually defend him. So, let's do it and see what happens, huh? Your insane guess is that Gregson might actually be the Reaper? The one killing? Maybe. I have a less insane guess that I'm not at liberty to say right now. But I think it has to do with that wig a little bit. 1st November, local prison, cell 1. Have I hydrated? I have, but you know, if you'd like to redeem it again, I could again.
Lord Venzix is still reading that letter.
Oh.
We've been gone quite some time, though.
Either he's an incredibly slow reader or it's an incredibly long letter.
Or, you know, the only thing he has to read.
I might even be able to read English faster than he can.
Water.
Wah! Thanks for the hydrate. You think it's after this part? Good.
I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese.
Ah, there's the Venzix we know and love. Sorry, I didn't think you'd hear that. You know, since I was just talking to Zato, you think we could have just said it in Japanese?
I had the case notes brought into me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time.
Is that legal?
Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow.
Which is none of your business.
So, have you found a lawyer?
How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This is nothing to do with you.
In other words, no.
You were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided.
I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is.
Rule the rules, he has money. Does Kazuma have money, though? Really? It's going to be Kazuma Asugi.
Asugi!
That made the color drain from his face. His assistant. Prosecuting him. And also an Japanese.
Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all.
What? Ba-ba-dum. Well, first of all, here's my badge. I know, I showed you. But if you're willing to listen to anything, you knew it had to be coming. He's not in a position to decline help. I mean, he could decide to defend himself, I guess.
10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asugi.
Yeah, about that.
Genshin Asugi was Kazuma-sama's father.
So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court.
Ah, so you admit it's a kangaroo court. I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. In some cruel twist of irony.
It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset.
But what could he have been hoping to achieve?
And let's not forget it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that?
Asugi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. A bane that is you Nipponese.
Yeah! I get it. Right, your hatred of all of us Japanese. Oh, good. We're talking about this, finally. You know, it's long overdue.
I'd only just been appointed as prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer.
The so-called professor.
Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard.
And that was Genshin Asugi.
Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man.
I still don't believe it either. Just a mild-mannered student from Japan going on a murderous rampage? For what reason, though? What's his motive?
I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong.
You say that, but I don't believe it. I don't think so.
Oh, how awful.
To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asugi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented.
The ascribed? Who? Don't tell me it was Strongheart.
What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor?
The man in charge of the Professor Case inquiry, Lord Mayor Strongheart.
That wasn't a monkey's paw wish, that was just the obvious guess. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? I've played enough Ace Attorney games. Everything's gotta be linked to 10 years ago. Can Worst Company make a guess? I'd like to hear it.
He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I've felt indebted.
I'm sure you must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as prosecutor.
I still have one wish. I don't want it anymore. Get it away.
Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? And of all things, as a lawyer. A lawyer.
I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in that courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese.
I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years that hatred had festered inside me, I could no longer control it.
Maybe the whole thing was to frame the elder Asogi as a killer to make sentiment like fancies among the public. I'm thinking along those lines that like Strongheart was behind all the killings after all, and the Reaper cases, all to influence the public's opinion on the Reaper himself. Just framed all on one man, the innocent father of Kazuma Asogi. That's where I see this going, but barring even more twists, who knows how much more insane it could get. I can now understand why. Now I know the history. We knew that already, though. We knew his brother was killed. But I guess Strongheart,
In the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life.
Aligns the themes of Man in Power Band and Ace Attorney. At this point, you can just automatically say, hey, who's the head honcho here? Yeah, you're going to jail later. I'm gonna be the cause of it. You're gonna hate me forever.
To Kazuma Asogi, I am the bane of his. The Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow.
Is it? Monkey's paw is twitching. No! Please, no! Gregson. I wouldn't even think of Van Zieks to be someone to use a gun. Like, yeah, let's go back to that newspaper clipping where he's holding a sword. I still don't understand the context of that photo. Just like, he was attacked and there happened to be a photographer. I guess we just accept that. Just a badass pose with Kazuma, back to back, with swords in hand.
Gregson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged in the coming month. But he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? It's the rule. Never talk about your future plans in the police force. That's how you die. Red flag, big red flag.
I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean.
It's the first time I've ever encountered it.
Oh.
The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable.
Inconceivable!
I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place.
It sounds like that mystery is even the Reaper perplexed.
I'm afraid to say that we're very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at the Scotland Yard.
Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would have never been made.
Singular approach? What sort of approach?
After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy.
A second autopsy report!
Oh my, 10 years ago.
Another Ace Attorney staple. A cycle of revenge involving the prosecution with the defense learning one thing after another because nobody tells them anything. Gotta pry and pry. Harder than Gordon Freeman uses a crowbar.
Why is that so surprising?
Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death.
I'm guessing it also helped that you probably okayed it. So you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. Have you ever seen Gordon actually pry something open with a crowbar? Dang, you're right. He just smashes things, doesn't he? I mean, like... Man, in Half-Life Alyx, there was ideas that they should have given Alex a crowbar, but what happened was too many people thought they just forgot that you were playing as Alex and not Gordon. Because crowbar equals Gordon Freeman all the time. And that's why that game has no melee weapons whatsoever. I wish it had something though, like a knife. It sucks when you run out of bullets, you just have to run from headcrabs.
It's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life.
I don't have confidence in anyone.
Trust no one. Wow. Who hurt you, Van Zeeks?
The professor?
Oh.
And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I've no doubt that he thought of me only as the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London.
That's not true! It can't be. What really went on between Lord Van Zeeks and Gregson, I wonder?
What really happened?
What was the true nature of the relationship? Please don't add an... Okay, good. Please don't add another thing. I'm just about ready to go to sleep. Yeah, I'm gonna show the picture, but I have a feeling it'll probably advance things, so I'm going to talk to all his dialogue first. About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene.
Ah, yes. That's not mine.
Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is.
What do you expect me to say to that?
I don't know. Do you have proof that your gun is somewhere else?
Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm.
As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true.
How do you know it's not yours? When did you lose it then?
That, I don't know.
What?
I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. Revolver, Ocelot. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose, or left it somewhere, perhaps.
That is grossly irresponsible. You're just very excited. That's fair, that's fair. I just am trying to give as much content as possible to y'all. Because I hate when I skip things by accident.
You have something in common with Lord Van Zeeks after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yuck it up, Susato. Yuck it up. No. This is nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it.
No.
Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese.
Hey, look, we do have something in common.
Oh dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it?
So it's not decisive evidence, clearly, but it doesn't look good, that's for sure. A prosecutor just showing up ready to quick draw.
Ah, yes, meet me at high noon. 10 paces, then we fire. Oops, was that 9 or 10? I didn't count right.
Bang, bang. Well, the moment of truth, y'all. I want to look at this. Yeah. Lord Van Zeeks, we came by this old photograph.
Where did you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor.
Look at him, so young and full of energy. Where did the years go?
It's almost unbelievable that I could smile. I assumed it was long lost.
It's why Kazuma calls Ryunosuke partner. It was foreshadowing his prosecution quick draw. Oh, is that the new mechanic of this game, eh?
Prosecution quick draw. Fire!
Is the man on the left there?
Yes, that's my brother, Clint.
Ida Badu. I see. It had to be, really. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. I just have more evidence bullets from Danganronpa. Just don't load the gun with real bullets, please. You know, I would really have loved if the truth bullets were literal bullets I had to fire from a gun. Like, the UI is amazing, don't get me wrong. But just going that step further. I guess that's why they made Ultra Despair Girls, huh? You just get the Monokuma gun. He had a deep respect for you, you know? Were you aware of that?
Respect? That's nonsense!
Who am I telling a brother how he should feel about his relationship with his other? No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less. Is she a more accurate source of information than Van Zieks himself?
Well, maybe once, yes.
Oh, not brother, but Gregson. I guess. I realize we're talking about Gregson now.
Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you.
So am I representing you in court now? I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of that ass. That past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle, an insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the Stone Cold Reaper of the Bailey. What? I didn't say ass. What? Odie Asman.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Excuse me, did you just say my name without following it up with a Nipponese friend? Oh. So that's the first time he's actually used my actual name. Yeah, I noticed that immediately.
I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system.
Fair.
I don't trust the police.
Fair.
The judiciary or lawyers.
Fair.
But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in.
What's that?
The power of anime. That's what you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth.
Lord Van Zieks!
From the very first time our eyes met, we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now. I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer.
Piercing.
There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother Clint and Genshin Asugi.
Oh, well. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way.
When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me.
You mean this photograph? This photograph? Every time I look, it makes Van Zieks cry. Wait a minute. This photograph?
Back then I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I looked to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. Not even myself. But at times the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe.
Woo! I'm so sorry. That rhyme sucked. Well, you know, Van Zieks isn't exactly a poet.
So, Mr. Naruhodo. I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me?
It's like he's proposing for marriage or something. Of course I will. It would be an honor. Now that just sounds like an acceptance of marriage. Victory!
I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. Shall I call the wedding caterer?
Then my life is in your hands.
Hopefully not the monkey's paw. But Lord Van Zieks, the dysfunctional ship begins to sail. It's more of a raft, really. You ever play the game Raft? It's like the starting one. You just cobble together some plastic and spare twigs, and somehow you've got a ship.
That must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask, which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow in the Old Bailey, against my old friend, Kazuma. Asogi-sama.
Ooh, boy! You know, I didn't know what to expect going into today's stream because we literally had nothing to go on other than, yeah, Kazuma, Professor's son. Where do we go from there? Well, Gregson's death, I did not see. Rather, I did not want to see. I can't believe that little seed of doubt in my mind actually took hold and sprouted. I don't like that metaphor. I don't like any of this. We had to push on to find the frickin' truth. Was he leading some sort of double life, I think? You think? We had to find out in court. Who was gonna testify? Who was gonna be on the jury? It's all... Reminder, this week, we're streaming the next part of this on Tuesday, which is tomorrow, which is technically today. So y'all don't have to wait too long, thankfully. So, what better timing, huh? Escalation! This stream, and it's gonna be great. Croissant's gonna just watch the VOD. Hey, no problem, Croissant. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We gotta go end it. We gotta go leave ourselves in suspense for now, because I had to get some sleep. So, without further ado... Whew, what a stream. Thank you everybody for being here. I just want to say to all the new faces, thank you for coming on by. Sorry for the whole followers only mode thing. I meant to turn that off. I needed to remember. And this game just keeps on delivering, doesn't it? It, hands down, I feel is already better than the first game. And it's not even over yet. Just one of the, I believe to be one of the, wait a minute. I believe to be one of the best Ace Attorney games of all time. Like, sure, it doesn't have many gimmicks. It just needs to be straight up pure contradiction finding, lawyering, lie truthing. And that's all Ace Attorney really needs to be. It doesn't need all of these gimmicks like emotion finders or magic bracelets. I'm sorry, as much as I love Ace Attorney 4 more than people really tend to, and as much as I tolerate Ace Attorney 5, I like when it's law. I like when it's grounded on Earth, you know? Although the Spirit Medium stuff is really good. O's Connoisseur, thank you for the resub. Welcome back to the Chicken Coop. Grab a nest, get comfy. Perfect timing for the end. If anybody would like to follow me on Twitch to catch me live next time I play this, any other game. There's also the YouTube channel if you ever miss a stream or if you can't make it. So feel free to subscribe to that as well. And there's also the Twitter, the Discord for updates about the stream if you would so like to hear them. I post my schedules up every week. I try to every week when I remember. Nuiki, thank you for the resub. Welcome back to the Chicken Coop. Finally, your sub's active again. Thank you for the $5. Actually, thank you for the September sub. Remember, it's discounted. I guess I should advertise that, maybe? I feel kind of dirty if I do, though. Aw, jeez. Okay, good. Never mind. I thought something was happening, but I was mistaken. But yeah. You know, subs are cheaper. You can enjoy all the emotes. I made them myself if people happen to be new here. And, just saying. Source of income. Well, thank you for, keeping control of your spending in the meantime, Nuiki. And yeah, we'll be finding somebody to raid very soon, but let me see if there's any art for the stream. As always, if there's any fan art for the stream, post it to the stream art section of the Discord or tweet it at me, and I will put it up in the room here for all to enjoy. Sort of a gallery of sorts at this point. Nothing today. Actually, no, there is something I missed from last week. I keep forgetting, because Hectacular Hector, you post art like on the weekend, so I have to get it on Monday. From Hectacular Hector, I have technically played Kirby games on stream before. One of my first games was Kirby Robobot, actually, and it made me buy a streaming 3DS. Kirby! What the? Where's the pic? Where's the picture? It was just here. Hello? There it is. Lookity fly. Where is he going? You never know. Maybe he's escaping Galeem's ray of light. Whoosh! Whoosh! And you may think, what does Kirby have to do with a chicken stream? Well, what does Kirby say all the time? His entire dialogue?
Pollo!
Perfect. Thank you, Hector, if you're listening. And if not, well, I still thank him. We'll find somebody to raid, but everybody, if you gotta go to sleep, thank you for coming on by. Thank you for hanging out. Please don't stay up just because of me. Have a good night. I'll see you next time. And stay clucky, huh? See you around. See you tomorrow.